Cek. Audio dari laptop. Audio dari laptop bocor. Tes, tes. Tapi bagus suara. Iya. Cuman suara ininya kecil nih ya. Suara ruangannya ya. Gede. Emang ya? Oh gitu. Tes. Gede ya? Kok kayak gue
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Gwen, and I will be your referee for today's session. And first of all, I'm gonna make sure that you all know the instruction, right? Okay, you understand? No confusion, no confusion again. Okay. Uh, okay. Right now we're gonna toss a coin to see who will decide to go first. I'm gonna start. Okay. Everyone ready? Okay, I already tossed the coin. Uh, okay, please put your phone away. Okay, put your phone away. Yeah. Okay, sure, sure. Okay, I already tossed the coin, so head or tails? Head or tails? And tails? Okay. It's tails, so you can decide you want to go first or you want the team to go first. Okay, they go first. Okay, for the to present your presentation, you will have like 3 minutes. You remember, right? 3 minutes to present, and then 6 minutes to do the debate. Okay, operator, can you set the timer for 3 minutes?
Test, test,
Is
test.
this okay? Is this your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, 3 minutes. Ready?
Ready.
Okay, you can start now.
Okay. Can you imagine when the deadliest breast cancer has no target to attack? This is what happened in triple negative breast cancer, and we are happy to present our research titled Rational Design of a Bimodal VLP Anti-mRNA Nanosystem for Targeted Elimination of TNBC. Next. TNBC is highly aggressive and metastatic, and it has poor prognosis. It lacks estrogen, progesterone, and HER2 receptors, so that the conventional, commonly used target therapies are largely ineffective. And there is a mRNA that has shown promise as an alternative molecular target, but that is still have challenges, which is mainly because of the specific delivery system. So our proposed solution answer this gap. Next. We do this by employ multi-stage in silico pipeline across 3 tracks. Firstly is the payload. So we designed the recombinant anti-MIR21 oligonucleotide, and then we screen the anti-EGFR antibody as the track 2. And the track 3, we ensure that this VLP is safety for application.
Next. Okay, so our result showed that the EGFR antibody with the highest binding affinity was matuzumab, with binding energy of negative of that and the mean KD of that, which is quite good. And then we also confirmed the safety, that the molecule is non-toxic, non-allergenic, and non-antigenic. And from the anti-mRNA design, we confirmed that the PAC sequence is preserved in the 2D structure, and it could bind to its target with a very favorable binding energy of negative 32. And also, after we modeled 3D structure, we also confirmed that it could dock into the VLP, which means that our recombinant strategy did not confound the binding of the RNA into its target, and also into the packing system of the VLP. Next. So our conclusion is that our computational pipeline successfully designed a targeted anti-miRNA delivery platform, and we could confirm and validate it in silico, which could be the basis of further in vitro and in vivo screening. Thank you.
Okay. You have time left. Okay, finish. For the debate, you remember the rules that you have 30 seconds and 1 minute to answer. Okay, team 115, 6 minutes, timer, operator. Okay. Okay, you can start now.
For your presentation for anti-mRNA, considering the NBC driven by multiple pathway from your introduction, we simply want to ask why you choose that anti-mRNA for the triple negative breast cancer. So honorable judges, the opposing team need to prove that they perform any regulatory network demonstration. So why they choose mRNA at the first place, that act as regulators rather than
Okay, stop.
the,
Okay, we have do some literature searching for, well, actually, yes, the NBC is they have different pathways. So one way, and MIR21 specifically because we do the little searching from systematic review, meta-analysis, and then the population base. It is in our database PCGA for the CNBC, and also we do looking at the over the survival from the population base. So it demonstrated that it can inhibit the tumor suppressor gene, which is PTN and PCPC4, and the multiple pathway that it can inhibit is a wide ranges and iron liver.
Okay, your turn.
okay, thank you for the question.
As a statement for that, you ensure the safety. While in the conclusion, you state that this study has not hasn't had any in vitro in vivo. Why did you say it's safety, ensure the safety? Well, this is a prediction component, computational prediction. So, why do you say that? Isn't it to overthink?
Stop.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, I would say that you probably could have chosen better words, but like according to religious systematic review of the tools itself, especially I think for the top, the one that predict the genicity, recent systematic review shows that it is accurate up to 99.2%, especially compared to other allergenic prediction systems. So I think it's quite the margin of error is quite low because it's 99.2%. And for the toxin and the antigen prediction, for the antigen prediction itself, it is, yes, we need further confirmation for both of them because there isn't kind of like a systematic review that already confirmed that. But those tools are frequently used to predict such kind of interaction, both in vaccine and in therapeutics and psychedelic, and so it could have good result. And again, our study is an initial study and it's still in silico, so
Stop.
Okay, regarding that, you stated that you have do your homework about systematic review and meta-analysis. That the basic letter they stated that all cancer leads to NADPH pathway. How does your pathway compare to this NADPH pathway that is a basic science for every oncology textbook out there? So you failed to demonstrate the numbers, the comparison of systematic reviews, whether there are meta-analysis, that we can compare the odds ratio or the risk ratio. So I believe that was...
Stop.
So thank you for the question. I think because even though because again we go to the multifactorial nature of mRNA itself. Since mRNA is quite a short molecule, it could bind to a lot of mRNA pathway, and so and also tumor pathway, especially in TNBC, is multifactorial tumor. It has a lot of inducing pathways, and if we were to like go into a specific pathway and look into the conversation for that, it's quite impossible, especially with the mRNA. And so, since it is the noise of the data between mRNA inhibition and the tumor pathway, we decided to just look into clinical data, into operational data, so that it is directly translated into real-world survival data that is already in the database, and this is what we do.
Okay, so I believe that clinical data and review data that you stated wasn't satisfied enough for us. For the other question is highest according to the which predefined optimization framework that you stated on your posters. We just want to simply ask, what does the optimization frameworks that mean? What does that mean? Because you haven't clearly stated how do you compare the system itself, objective function, and how you claim that optimally instead of feasibility.
Okay.
I think the one part in which we say that it's an optimized framework is on the linker, I think, linker design, in terms of like aniline linker. And since the aniline linker itself, we actually didn't design it, we take it from the literature review. And according to the literature review, it is shown that the aniline linker is actually got optimum. So it's not actually our claim, but it's a claim from another paper that we cite. Yeah, so we don't have any prediction on that. We don't have any historical prediction on the linker itself. But I don't think we ever claimed that it is an optimal behavior system as well. We haven't claimed it for the linker.
Okay, time's up. Team 115, you're ready to present. Operator, please. Is this your presentation? Okay, timer ready? You can start now.
Honorable judges and distinguished participants, we want to present our work about peripheral blood FKBP5 methylation in relation to childhood trauma and psychological distress, a pilot study in Indonesian medical students. Next. So imagine someone names as Alvian. Perhaps Alvian is a medical student. How if he faced something that he doesn't choose? 50.78% of Indonesian children and adolescents reported experience some form of childhood abuse in any form. Next. So, what we currently know that childhood trauma may affect long-term stress biology. I may simplify it for all of you that childhood trauma can leave a scar. The scar is a DNA methylations that encodes FKBP5, which is an FKBP51 that co-chaperone the glucocorticoid receptors, which we are known that the glucocorticoid receptors are the primary receptors for the HPA axis that controls our body to regulate stress. How about the current issue that all of the medical students faces their own stress? Most of them cannot face, most of them faces stress differently. Next. So there are some studies that stated it was positive. Next. And there are some studies that stated it was negative or associated. It goes to the opposite direction. Next. So just next. The objective is to explore domain-level associationship between FKBP5 and childhood trauma using CTQ, which has 5 domains. It's physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, physical neglect, and emotional neglect, and etc. Next. So here are the detailed methods. Next. So our current result, first thing first, that we performed a very cautious statistical analysis with Benjamin Hochberg FDR threshold, all of them greater than 0.05. So what we want to state that, just next. What we want to state that there are domain-level variability across childhood trauma and current distress. All of the studies, to the best of our known and our literature search, they only measure stress and trauma as a single particular variable, which are very known in psychiatry module. That trauma is a multidimensional. There are physical trauma, emotional trauma, and etc. and etc. Next. These are the childhood traumas and FKBP5 and DAS pathway. Next, none of them are significant. The adjusted standardized method that we use shows that physical abuse and emotional neglect, and all of them goes to the different direction. Probably all of the studies that go to the different direction because they were measuring trauma as a single unit, not as an individual dimensional. Next. So that's why this study was exploratory. We performed a DNA methylation calculation. And then next, we conclude that these findings should be interpreted as hypothesis generating. Thank you.
Okay, I want to ask about the direct correlation between methylation and depression because there is a confounding factor, there is cortisol, but you didn't mention that you correct for any confounding factor in the participants, especially participants who have like hypercholesterolemia and like Cushing syndrome. Do you correct for that, and how do you correct for that? And you didn't mention that you correct for that in the poster. Thank you.
It wasn't, we're really surprised about your question, to be honest, because we use convenience sampling, which we think you will attack that. But rather than that, your question answers our own limitation, because we do perform convenience sample based on our poster that stated that we want to make sure that there are no confounding factors, which are students that have autoimmune disease, cancer, or maybe any disease that can regulate their glucocorticoid response, and also students that 48 hours from the extraction has been consumed smoke or alcohol. Probably that's all.
Corticoid medicine.
Okay, the series score relies heavily on the retrospective recall. So how do you correct that recall bias? Because in the poster you said that CDK score and DISS shows the significant positive correlation, which actually can, because of the uncorrected, because depressed patient can falsely recall childhood trauma. So how do you recall? You don't declare and you don't say that you are correcting that recall bias. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So first of all, you asked about why do we recall retrospective data? Of course, it shows that childhood trauma occurs in childhood, so that we're measuring a medical student. So that's why we cannot randomize the childhood trauma into each participant. That's the first thing. And the second thing, that we used a standardized childhood trauma questionnaire short form that validated in Indonesian language, that used in PDSKJI, Perhimpunan Dokter Spesialis Kedokteran Jiwa Indonesia. That was a standardized childhood trauma questionnaire to recall, and we believe that that was, from the best of our knowledge, that was the current available questionnaire in Indonesia right now for measuring childhood trauma. Because okay, I believe that's all.
Okay, in your poster you mentioned that the current studies only use single genomic region, which you mentioned is intron 7, but currently you only use intron 5 also. So isn't that, you don't really answer your problem of the current studies only use single genomic region. So like it doesn't really like answer the problem study itself.
Okay, so the main reason that we stated we use intron 5 as our PCR target for the DNA methylation, because compared to intron 2 and intron 7, intron 5 is comparably more accessible and also quote-unquote more cheaper in Indonesian current status right now. So that was the first thing. We wanted this to be the baseline study for more further study, or maybe for further diagnostic tests that.
So intron 5 is more hypersensitive to methylation, because we want to conduct a research that shows the methylation, because these topics of our research is about epigenetics. So we want to show which one is more hypersensitive to methylation. So we don't need to study other intron 7 or etc. And study before also stated that intron 5 is also more hypersensitive to methylation.
Okay, thank you for the answer. But like, if it's hypersensitive to methylation, don't you think that it's gonna have like a lot of false positive results? Since if it's hypermethylation, then people who are not depressed or like don't have any high cortisol level in their blood could have high methylation, even though they don't.
The real reason is that our own study that we do with our own hand doesn't match significant at all. We performed Benjamin Hochberg FDR adjustment, and then that was the statistical analysis. If you stated that it was shown a false positive, and also basic rule of statistics, perhaps Spearman correlation that we used, because the sample size was was really low. It is they tend to. They do not give a false positive conclusion.
And additional that hypersensitive is, if we compare it to intron 7 is more unstable, and it's so hard to conduct a study about that. And a study before also stated that intron 7 is not really methylated to any stress level. So hypersensitive is mean that it's easily methylated by a stress response.
Okay, so in the poster you mentioned that you combine all of the domains, screening for the PTQ and the DSS, and you mentioned that there is a negative result that is masked by your combination of domains. So if at first you aim to show the difference in domain level, why you do a combined statistic analysis, which in the end mask the effect of one of your domain? Why even do it in the first place?
Why even doing this first phase? Because that was the current guideline. Depression, anxiety, and stress, we measure it and quantified it by 2, if I'm not mistaken, all of the doctors here. So we add measure
Time's
from a
up.
Likert scale.
Okay, you can finish.
So depression, anxiety, and stress is a Likert scale, and they put their own answer, and then it adds up to a DAS total. All of the study that they only assess the DAS total, but the current literature in our own guideline of psychiatry stated that all of depression, anxiety, and stress are multidimensional, as well as the childhood trauma with 5-dimensional, as we stated on our poster. Thank you. That's fact.
Okay, you're finished now. And you can see a score on the screen that Team 115 has the total score of 15, and Team 103 has the total score of 10. So the winner of this match is Team 115. Congratulations. Sorry. We'll hear the feedback from the judges first.
In this context, you can try to reduce the use of words like "I just want to ask," "I just want to confirm." Like, it makes it a lot more shorter and a lot more compact if you just go directly to the question. That's just a lot of easier. And then it's really great that you use references when you answer or ask. And when we say references, it's not just previous literature or something like that. Like, you can be as specific as, from this guideline of blah, 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 what year? Or, for example, from a paper written by someone, or maybe at least mention the year and what context. Thank you.
Okay, we have our next match is Team 28 and Team 118. Team 28, please sit on my left, and Team 118, please sit on my right side. Where is Team 118? Okay, you understand the rules already? Okay, I'm gonna toss the coin and you're gonna have to choose a hat of tails, okay? So you can choose if you wanna go first or they have to go first. They go first. Okay, operator, can you present the slides and the timer? For Team 118? Yeah. Is this your slides? Okay, the timer is ready, operator. For 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to present my research here entitled Stunting as Mediating Factors in Relationship Between Poverty and Childhood Tuberculosis, a quantitative analysis of SKI 2023 data. Okay, next. Next, please. Yes. Poverty is a well-established factor of tuberculosis, pediatric tuberculosis. because poverty is well-established factor of childhood TB. On the other side, stunting is also known as chronic undernutrition marker for many diseases, including childhood tuberculosis. However, the mediating role between poverty towards childhood tuberculosis is not adequately understood. So, in this research, we argue to what extent poverty's effect on childhood TB actually operates through stunting. Next, please. In order to figure out our research problem, here we apply structural equation modeling with bootstrapping. Next. And in this result, we have three key findings. First is poverty increased the odds of stunting, which is 74% higher. Odds of stunting among children from poor households, as well as stunting also increased the odds of tuberculosis with 60% higher among children from poor households. However, in the second result, we found that poverty appears protective against tuberculosis because it has 40% lower for having tuberculosis among wealthier household. But in our final finding, we also find that stunting still can mediate the pathway. Even the proportion mediated is less than 10%. But, next please. Yes, but we still convinced that even this is less proportion mediation, less than 10%, we still can conclude that stunting is a modifiable pathway, and then it becoming entry point of TB detection among children under 5. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna start the debate. You know the rules, 30 seconds and 1 minute. Operator, are you ready for the timer? Okay, 6 minutes, and we're gonna start now.
Okay, so if TB is likely underdiagnosed among poor people, but your research is a relationship between poverty and childhood TB, could be the reported poverty TB relationship be underestimated? Okay, so if the TB is likely underdiagnosed, you talk that in this like the TB is underdiagnosed among poor people. So can be the childhood TB data is underestimated in this study.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Based on this result, we found that TB still. We assume that TB is still underreporting among poor household in terms of many factors, and we propose in this research as the covariate factors such as overcrowding, and then overcrowding of household, and then what else is this? Sanitations, and then the other socio-economic factors. So yes, beside of this factor, we also have healthcare access. Yes, because it remains low among poor household. That's all.
I would like to need your information about the cross-sectional study methodology. You use the national survey, right, SKI from to 2023. What is the specific strategy we are implementing to address potential residual confounding from unmeasured unvariable? Could you please more explain about the method?
Okay, stop.
Okay, thank you. In this study, we perform kind of sampling eligible exclusions This is multi-stages, of course, and then, but overall, we only select the complete cases of TB diagnosed, anthropometric measure, and socioeconomic status. Yes, that's all.
So you sure that it can avoid the confounding, right? Based on your okay.
Yes, of course.
You still have time to ask.
So you already mentioned about the household crowding, sanitation, and ventilation included. Is it included in this analysis? Because I cannot see in this presentation. Can you explain more about that and how you analyze that?
Okay. Yes. Actually, for sanitation, we also incorporate this factor into quantile. That's this factor can we find in quantile variable. Yeah. However, overcrowding is not considered yet in this study. That's why we in our discussion section we also propose to consider this factor overcrowding and within the household. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I read your poster, right, about the diagnostic paradox. So does this trend reflect a truly higher biological burden of TB in wealthier household, or is it only an artifact or of systematic undercounting of diagnostic access among poor or rural population? Please.
Okay. So actually, if we see from the wealth quintile, the richest, it's the higher chance of the TB. But if we look in detail from the standard TB, we can see from the poorest quintile, it's actually the higher chance of prevalence of TB. So yeah, if it all only on TB, only it's the highest in the richest quintile. But if we look in detail, only among the standard TB, actually it's the reverse. The poorest is the highest prevalence. So actually, it's biologically plausible. Yeah.
Based on your explanation, could you please more clarified about how the suppression effect impact the interpretation and overall stability of the total effect calculation in the model?
Yeah. Here, based on this data, we only find a quiet little number because it's happened only on 173 children under 5 among more than 60,000 children. So yeah, maybe that's why the proportion mediation here is quite narrow. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna move to the next session. Team 28 will be presenting the slides. Operator, is this your slide? Okay, the timer's ready. Okay, can start now.
Okay. We're gonna presenting our research about diagnostic accuracy of next generation sequencing for HIV-1 drug resistant mutation deletion. Next slide, please. So we already know that HIV is a silent pandemic because million people are still relying on drug to suppress it. At the same time, it's also present efficacy trait that driving treatment failure. So this creates a precision medicine imperative that where accurate identification of drug resistant mutation is required. Nowadays, Sanger sequencing is still as a reference standard or gold standard for detection. But the Sanger sequencing have a limitation to detect low frequency minority variants under 20% threshold. So we propose a targeted NGS or targeted next generation sequencing that can detect high sensitivity for low abundance drug resistant mutation variation. That's our objective is to evaluate the performance of NGS accuracy for HIV drug resistant mutation, and profile based on the gold standard Sanger sequencing. Next slide, please. This is our methods. We used 60 samples, that 30 are resistant, 30 are sensitive, and then we compare the Sanger sequencing and nanopore sequencing, and the data will be interpreted with using Stanford HIP-DB interpretation. So the accuracy that we are observed is the drug resistant mutation, sensitivity, and specificity.
As a result, we can see that the drug-resistant mutation detected by nanopore sequencing is more higher than the Sanger sequencing, as we see that the reverse transcriptase and RTI can detect up to 75 up to 34 based on the nanopore sequencing, but the Sanger sequencing only detected 17.1. And as a diagnostic accuracy, almost the region detected in nanopore sequencing is given a high sensitivity and specificity, but in the integrase 20% is less than sensitivity of the result. Slide. This is also the, if we look deep in the individual drug resistant, we can see that almost the sensitivity of the specificity of the individual resistant is also give the good result. Next. So, as the conclusion, the accuracy of NGS nanopore sequencing for HIV drug resistant detection across PI and RTI and NRTI classes show a strong concordance to Sanger sequencing in 20%, and for the INSTI it's 10% detection. The platform can be reliable as a tool for detecting HIV-DR in surveillance and also in clinical setting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna move to the debate session. Operator, please set the timer to 6 minutes. Sorry. Okay, everyone's ready?
Yes.
We're gonna start now.
Okay. Could you please elaborate the sampling selection here in terms of confounding factors that you put the sample in this state?
The sample itself is coming from the Survey National of the HIV drug resistant in 2023, and then it based on the what is the predominant subtype circulating in Indonesia. That's why we select the sample size, and then based on the report of the national survey, they found that the CRF subtype is predominant. That's the first that we select the sample. And the second one is we try to look at deep about the mutation detection of based on the survey before. Protease inhibitor and then reverse transcriptase gene and also the integrase gene who is
Stop.
Okay, regarding your answer, could you elaborate how, is there any inclusion criteria for your sample?
Because this is the experimental laboratorium methodology, so the inclusion criteria for this research is only based on the bio repository sample volume. If the rest of the sample volume is up to minimal 1 milli, that we choose it for the criteria inclusion criteria. And for the exclusion criteria is the lysis sample one that we cannot conduct for this research. Yeah.
Can I ask again? Yeah. Is there any like the stages of the patient, like if it is early treatment or it is several, yeah.
The survey itself is the population is based on the viral load suppression of the based on the classification based on the viral load suppression of the HIV patient, and also based on the survey, the population is only focused in the pre-treatment of the HIV because it's the objective of the previous survey, right? So that's we can conclude from the population of this result.
Okay. According to your research, you count about the sensitivity and specificity. And how do you convince that this difference and between Sanger and then the new one you put here in your research is statistically significant? So you can convince that it's, yes, can be proven.
Yeah, based on the sensitivity, if the result is above 80% of the sensitivity and specificity, we can conclude that it is quite reliable, accurate for the diagnostic analysis of the accuracy. Maybe, yeah. And we also use confidence interval to how it called? To make sure the sensitivity and specificity is quite good enough as statistical analysis.
Okay. Okay. Is there any in HIV? There is another infection, maybe like comorbid. Do you consider about that or not?
Yeah, because the result itself is using the biorepository samples, and based on the previous survey, they didn't mention about that. So about the co-infection beside the HIV, we didn't explore more about that because in the previous survey they wasn't mentioned about that on their report.
Also, because this study is about diagnostic accuracy, we only focusing on the HIV and the mutation that detected before in Sanger and after in the new methods. That's it.
Okay. Do you think that this proposal is scalable in terms of cost effective?
Yeah, of course. In the next step, actually, we want to look at deep about the genomic costing of the nanopore sequencing costing. We want to use maybe the genomic costing website from the WHO to measure and to calculating the costing of this new method as an alternative method for the detecting HIV drug resistant. So in Indonesia, we have the choice to use this platform, the NGS platform, as HIV drug resistant testing in Indonesia, because in Indonesia so many the platform distribute in here, like we can say maybe up to 15 platform has already established in here. So that's why we can want to scale up the platform to use as a alternative method for HIV drug resistant testing. Thank you.
Okay, stop. Okay, this match has finished, and you can see the score on your screen. The team 28 has a total score of 20, and team 118 has a total score of 17. So the winner of this match is team 28. Congratulations. And now we will hear the feedback from the judges.
Thank you very much. As for feedback for me is, I think when we doing the presentation, it's a little bit slow, so the time is finished before you finishing all your presentation. But I like the debate because both team is giving a question and like there is a flow. Like if this team A give a question and B give yes, the answer, and then it's not finished in that question, and they give another question that have a connection with the first, the before question. So that is from me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for the judges. And now that the match is over, you can go. Congratulations, Team 28.
Thanks.
Okay, we're gonna have our next match from Team 109. Please. Okay, and Team 106, 106. So everyone understand the rules? Okay, I'm gonna toss a coin to see who goes first. Head or tail? You want head or tail? Head. And you tail, okay. And it's a tail, so do you want to go first or do you want to go second? 2%. First. Okay. Operator, can you put on a slide for team 109? Is this your slide? Okay, the timer's ready. Okay, you can start now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alisa, and this time is Bapak Abdul Rahim. We are from the team 19. I will be presenting about the effect of cysteine rich supplement to decrease risk cancer on workshop worker exposed to lead. Next. According to the International Agency of Research of Cancer, heavy metals are defined as carcinogenic. So, including is the lead. The lead is widely used in industry, and one industry that uses lead is the automobile paint. Protection agent of lead exposure include personal protective or PPE and engineering technology. However, there are ways to reduce cancer risk, including increasing cysteine consumption. Our focus in evaluating cysteine intake to reduce cancer risk in automobile painting worker. Next. This is my method, cross-sectional, 100 worker, exam biomarker is egg OHDG, MDA, and GSH. This is antioxidant, and interview, and lead airborne lead exposure was measured. Next. The lead level is 0.15 until 0.45. This is exciting to threshold of will be dangerous. If the lead high level in the body can use oxidative stress and Cs from increased MDA and ACE or HDG, and this can result the decrease of the antioxidant. If antioxidant decrease level, as example glutathione, will trigger as
Okay, time's up. Time's up. Okay, we're gonna move to our next session, the debate. Operator, please set the timer for 6 minutes. Okay, you can start the debate now.
Decrease the combatant factor. Yeah, we use analysis of mental health, but I don't apply the instrument. Yeah, the instrument. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, whereas according with significance of research is very significant, and I believe this is very advanced.
Okay, now I want to ask, why do you choose cross-section study, not cohort? Because this is, you talk about exposure, it is temporal, time-based to me.
Okay, thank you. That no, if we use a method of cohort, because it's a cross-sectional study, because at the same time we read about effect, yeah, and then effect and exposure. Thank you.
Thank you. How can you confirm that this positive effect because of cysteine, not from the other factor that they eat or because of their nutrition?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cysteine. Cysteine. No drug. Yeah. Cysteine. No supplement in the industry, but cysteine the food. We know that cysteine included in white egg, yeah, and vegan, yeah, kedelai. I think people in Japan always consume it. And then we must know about that habit, content, and I think can increase the cysteine in the body. And it's very, very good, very good because can affect to decrease cancer with the market egg or disease. Thank you.
And then for the next, because this is a cross-section study, I don't think that the word like reduce or affect or decrease can be used because reduce is a temporal word for it. Maybe you can just use some kind of this associated with the risk of this. It is associated with the increase of this.
Okay. Again, I can also use the cohort, yeah, but it's a very long time. Yeah, pretty long time. And then I think it is written in industry, yeah, in industry. And in industry, we can uh, uh, know about the concentration, yeah, the concentration of melindoaldehyde, for example, yeah, and then melindoaldehyde, for example, yeah, and glutathione also, yeah, because this it's a long time, yeah, but on the time, yeah, on the time, on the time we can now the concentration, yeah, the concentration both, yeah, melindoaldehyde and glutathione, yeah.
Okay,
And
stop.
then,
Stop, please. Your turn.
So you said that about the beneficial from the nutrition. So I want to know that did you give them cysteine as supplement externally? I mean, you give them a supplement of cysteine, or just
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, can team 106 to present their slides? Operator? Present. Okay, is this your slide? Okay, the timer is ready for 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll begin now.
Thank you. I'm Marisa. This is my partner Adit. This is our research about KGF versus EV enriched particles for skin wound healing. Next. So as we know, non-healing wounds reduce quality of life. So we want to explore how KGF and EV enriched particles can accelerate wound healing. Next. We isolate secretome from HDF, and then we analyze KGF using ELISA and EV enrich using NTA. Next. And then we apply to the samples, which is rats, topically 3 times per week for 14 days, and then we measured the outcome like open wound area, collagen expression, epidermal thickness, and fibroblast cell count. Next. The result that we can see from this, we found that DKGF and EV enriched groups can significantly reduce the open wound area versus control group. DKGF alone significantly increase the collagen expression. There is no significant difference in epidermal thickness and fibroblast cell count among all groups. Next. This is the wound area closure. Next. This is the collagen expression. Next. This is the epidermal thickness. Next. This is the fibroblast cell count. Next.
So based on that result, we can conclude that KGF might be superior by active agent for wound repair compared to with EV enriched group and the povidone iodine control group. So it enhance healing for the reduced open area and increased collagen. And then it might be have safe remodeling. So applied doses maintain normal epidermal remodeling and fibroblast activity safely without inducing abnormal proliferation. So we can say that KGF accelerated wound healing by promoting tissue regeneration without induced keloid formation or scar tissue. Thank you. Next. Oh, the study limitation of the EV relied on the NTA and the fibroblast tissue stained back with HNE only. For now. So the nuance, the NTA only detects all nanoparticle, not specific to EV, and many other mesenchymal stem cells have similar morphology to fibroblasts. So in the next study, we need to subsequent study must complement NTA quantification study of tables count using marker.
Okay, time's up. We're gonna start our debate session. Operator, is the timer ready? For 6 minutes? Okay, you can start now.
We characterize the KGF levels with ELISA from the secretome of fibroblast cells. So from the 20 million of secretome, there were amounts of a nanogram KGF, and then we make a gel with CMC gel that contain only 1 nanogram KGF per gram CMC. So we make a precise dose for this treatment, not only just from the secretome, but we have to make sure that the dose has a we have to know the doses of the every regimen. So
Okay, that is the effective dose or the best dose.
So for why 1 nanogram? Because we have a reference that state that KGF below 2 nanogram is considered safe. So that's why we start with slow dose first. Yeah, the lowest effective dose, which is 1 nanogram.
Okay, thank you. Because now in the process of toxicology, toxicology, you must know about how to proceed to determine dose. Yeah, we know that NOL, no observed efficacy level, and low of effective level. You must know that. Yeah, and that you can conclude that 1 nanogram per milliliter. This is recent in toxicology. Yeah, applied in the mice. Yeah, okay. And then
thank you, sir. Actually, we did another research about our 1 nanogram KGF with a toxicology effect of this KGF with nanogram effect to the rat sample to see either there were any redness or any inflammation or any something wrong with the skin of the rat. So actually there is no evidence that showed 1 nanogram KGF make toxic to these skin samples. Thank you.
there is no observed effect level, yeah, special for animal. Okay. And then next question: how can you conclude that KGF very penkeloid? Okay. Given that the study only measure fibroblasts, yeah, fibroblast proliferation, it did not try directly measure keloid formation.
Thank you, sir. Actually, our research only 14 days, and we need more longer than that to know either this is really not making scar tissue or keloid. But from our research that we know that from this 1 nanogram KGF, there is no difference between the in epidermal thickness between the KGF group versus the control one. And even the collagen expression higher, but the KGF didn't make the fibroblast cell count higher than the other group. So we conclude that this dose can safely use, we can use it safely without any keloid formation. Thank you.
You can measure of marker of keloid. Marker keloid, I think very important. And I think your research now novelty, novelty, because I think you must apply the biomarker in your research. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because they applied to men, to men, how to extrapolation, from mouse from men, and then in animal name is NOL, but in man, population name is name is Chet human dose, human dose. I think it's very important to your extrapolation. Thank you.
Am I still have it? Am I still? Okay. We need for further study, as I said, that our research is only 14 days to make sure that this is effective and efficient. And we need another long time research for actually if we want to make sure this cannot make a keloid or not. But from our study, it proved that doesn't make any difference in epidermal thickness, and even the collagen expression higher, the fibroblast cell count is still in a normal physiology in the skin and not significantly different from the other groups. Thank you.
No, actually the time's up. And I would like to remind everyone you cannot use your phone when you're on a debate, so I just like everyone to know that. And now that the score? Can you put on the score? The score? Okay, now for the winner of this match is Team 106 with a total point of 14, and Team 109 has a total point of 10, so congratulations to Team 106 for winning this match. And now we're gonna hear the feedback from our judges.
Yes, thank you. No, it's okay. Thank you. Just short feedback, I think. I think both of you have very interesting research. It's just that I think for both teams needs to find a good balance to explain it on time. The content-wise, it's really good, and the questions back and forth was also really good. But we need to be more direct. I think in this case, Group 106 were able to give more direct and compact answers. 109 can work on that a little bit more. Thank you.
We're moving on to our next match. Team 62. Okay, you can see it on my left. And 115. Where's Team 115? Oh, yeah. We're gonna wait for the Team 115 to join us.
Can you please just wait? Okay, now that everyone's here, everyone's understand the rules. Okay, operator. Sorry. For the before we begin, I would like to remind again that you cannot use your phone. Okay, and I'm gonna toss a coin to see who goes first. Head or tail? Head and tails. Okay, and it's tail, so you can decide if you want to go first or second. Okay, so team 62 is gonna present first. Operator? Is this your slide? Okay, you have 3 minutes. Operator, set the timer. Okay, ready, and you can start now.
Good morning, everyone. Our project about Follow-way 26-based detection and grading of pulmonary tuberculosis bacilli in microscopy image with explainable artificial intelligence. Cast. Manual Nielsen smear microscopy is low cost and widely used, but it depends heavily on human. It can be difficult and slow and inconsistent. Next. Go ahead.
Okay, it's okay. Next, please. Yeah. For the methodology, we have collected data from Haji Hospital and Erlanger Hospital. We have around 1,700 images. First, we upload the images into the data analysis. After that, we train the YOLO to detect the TB. After that, we create the grade cam to have the explainable AI to explain the position and how positive is it that it's TB or not. So for the training, we have split it into 3, 70 for training, 20 for validation, and 10 for testing. We have used also 200 epoches. The best one was 143. And for the WHO standard, we have tried to make it as same as the frame, 100 per pixel. Next, please. The result was MAB about 86%, precision 85, recall 81, and V1 score 83. We can see from the photo on the right, on the left, the TB detected by YOLO only, without the heat map. On the right, we're using the heat map. It can see that the TB itself is more red, and the yellow is surrounded. If in case there is no TB, it would show totally blue or just nothing. The result also show about IOU 0.3 because TB is super small and it needs better threshold to detect faster. For the FPS, it was 28 to 32. Next, please. The result is, for our application, it doesn't, it helps to detect the TB with the help of the clinician, so it doesn't replace him, but it helps him to understand it more. That's all. Thank you.
We're gonna move to our debate session. You know the rules? And operator, 6 minutes, ready? Okay, you can start now.
As you mentioned that 70% and 20% and 10% divided each of the data that you showed to each individual training data sets and also validating data sets. How do you compare to that? There are no one picture that shows in the rest of the 70% that should be in the validating test, but it goes to the testing.
So because we used RoboFlow, it automatically split them. So any repeated or copied image will be deleted, so it would not retrain or revalidate or retest anymore because it's automatically by the by the website RoboFlow. So any replication or any copy would be deleted. My original data was 3,000 or 2,050, but the only one was tested was 1,700.
Okay, so you tested 1,723. The RoboFlow make the split. How do you make sure that you're using IUTLD guideline, the +1, +2, +3 IUTLD guideline was split equally throughout the data sets? To which one for training, which one for validating, and which one for testing? How do you make sure that it's split equally?
The splitting was automatic, so it doesn't have bias. It would split based on the grading. Each number would be split equally, like category +1, +2, +4. It will be split automatically by the annotation that was made before the testing.
So how come do you split automatically using hit grade map with a picture that you stated in your method, annotated bacilli from the clinician using microscope?
For the heat map, it was implemented after the splitting, after the testing. It was made after making the YOLO detection. It was splitted from the RoboFlow. It was made in by charm. So the splitting and heat map doesn't connect each other. It's only about the data analysis and YOLO V26.
So you're stating that the clinician who annotated the bacilli microscopic image wasn't involved in the splitting to the data sets?
Yes, for the training, because we need to train the AI, so we have annotation from the doctor or the clinician itself. After that, we train it from the model. After that, we can use it on real-time slides. After that, that's all.
So the clinician not involved in training, okay. The second point is without external validation across laboratories, as I see you only conduct the data from one hospital, and without any microscope or staining protocols in other across laboratories, conditioning the robustness of the proposed system in the real world deployment cannot yet be established. So what do you think about that?
First, the technician or clinician was helped by the testing, so he made the annotation before the testing. About the data, it was collected from 2 hospitals, not 1, so we have different staining. The training was different, even though it was mixed, so the AI can understand more about the staining of different images from each hospital.
Okay, so in each hospital, even in each hospital, whether it's in a polyclinic or maybe the DOTS clinic, perhaps they have a different brand of microscopic images. How do you define that you're using 2 hospitals at once? How do you make sure that the grading and also the staining and the grading was consistent throughout all of the hospital, throughout all of the data collection point?
Because it's from 2 hospitals, we have 2 staining. It's better for the AI to understand more staining than just 1. The splitting was equally because TB is the same thing, same bacteria, but the image is different. So it doesn't matter if it's from 1 or 2 or 5 hospitals. What's important is the same TB or same bacteria. And using multiple staining is even better to train the AI to understand more, because it's all about how the AI can validate and understand more about the TB and detect it faster.
We all know that zeal nascent depends on the clinician who performed the smear, who performed the staining. How do you make sure that, because you stated that the AI was trained by the opacity and grading of each color, we just want to make sure, how do you make sure that each hospital, or maybe each sets are equal to the staining opacity?
As I mentioned, there is multiple staining, so the AI is only understanding how the difference. After that, the clinician can see also. It doesn't only depend on the AI for the detection. The clinician can also see and detect with the AI. It just helps him to detect faster. It's all about the accuracy or faster detection. It doesn't just replace the clinician in the process, but it helped him to make it faster, make it more efficient, and reduce the work time, the workflow, as well as helping him with, understanding the TB faster with accurate grading, so the diagnosis would be faster and patient would get the faster help he needs.
Okay, so that you say this is help, so it needs to be very. I think it needs to be correct to the data, the real data. So this annotation that independently verified by TB smear microscopy expert, of course, right? And I want to ask, how many independent annotators were involved in drawing the bacillary bounding boxes? Because as we know, we need to assess the annotation reliability.
From each hospital, it was made by the clinician in the hospital. So each hospital might have like 2 or 3 or 4. I'm not really sure how many were involved in the annotation, but it was collected from the hospital directly. So as far as I know, from I've seen from the annotation, all were accurate, as well as I have tried it also with the RoboFlow to detect more in case there's TB not detected. So AI was also involved in the training process.
Okay, time's up. Okay, we're gonna move to the next session. Team 115 is gonna present the slides. Operator, is this your slide?
Yes.
Okay. Set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Honorable judges and our thinking partner, we're going to present about our study peripheral blood FKBP5 methylation in relation to childhood trauma and psychological distress, a pilot study in Indonesian medical student. So this was a pilot study in the medical student population. Next. So as we know that Indonesian children and adolescents reported they have experienced childhood adversity. Next. Most of them have previous childhood trauma that may methylate their FKBP5 gene, which are the gene that co-chaperones our glucocorticoid receptors, which regulates how the human body responds to stress, which there are so many types of stress. Next. And the recent study, so there are some studies that has a positive association, and there are some studies next. There are some studies that have a negative association. Next. So next. The aim of this study was to explore domain-level association between FKBP5 to each of their domain, and also we want to generate preliminary effect size to estimate uncertainty intervals for planning on our population, which are medical students. Next. So we performed MSR-8Q PCR with restriction enzyme at intron 5. We measured their childhood trauma with CTQ and their depression, anxiety, and stress using DAS-21. And we performed Spearman analysis with BCA bootstrap of 2,000 samples, and we performed global BHFDR correction to 10 comparisons, and we performed PLI trace MANOVA using R software. Next. The result, we found that no association reached all of the threshold. The directional heterogeneity across CTQ domains are mostly different. The emotional neglect tends towards more negative, while physical abuse towards more positive, while the stress-related questionnaire, the depression, towards more negative, and anxiety was near null result. We perform power estimate the confirmatory study for 80 participants if we want to reach 80% power, and with 15% loss to follow up, perhaps 100 participants. Next. So these are the domain level variability throughout the childhood trauma. Next. And what we found, here, these are the integrated evidence, which all of them are not significant. Next. What we found that all of the standardized effect of physical abuse, emotional neglect, all the childhood trauma tends to go towards different directions. So that's why at our introduction we stated that most of the study goes to a different direction. Perhaps they were measuring childhood trauma not by the domain level. To the best of our knowledge, this is the first study that stated that. Next. So the main value of the study is.
Okay, we're going to start the debate session. Timer, 6 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
So you mentioned you have 26 participants. However, in your poster, I have seen that the estimated, it should be about 86 to 100. So how do you say your study is valid or significant with the results?
So the question is, what are the study design? These are an exploratory study, which we want to focus more in depth towards the biological explanation of this particular gene, which is FKBP5, and also therefore we didn't want to claim the population at the population level, but we claim it at the biological level, and we just stated that there are no association, and we do not want to confirm any causation rather than we say that association.
Okay, then how did you reduce recall bias in self-reported childhood trauma, especially when current distress may difficult and it's may influence memory reporting?
So that was the limitation of childhood trauma questionnaire, but that was validated of childhood trauma questionnaire. That they were doing the recall, but the interview was done by a psychiatrist. Of course, it was not a questionnaire. Actually, it was a guideline for the psychiatrist, and it gives a clinical result through the quantification, so that we can quantify it to another continuous variables that resulted in this study.
Okay. Then you mentioned that about FKBP5. Okay, FKBP5 methylation in blood can be affected by sex, age, medication, inflammation, smoking history, alcohol use, and blood cell composition. Which of those confounders did you adjust for, and which remain uncontrolled?
Okay, I want to say that the confounders, we control all of them because there was our exclusion and inclusion criteria, as you mentioned at our posters, and also that we included all of this, particularly same age interval, which we may know at our interquartile range of participants are the lowest are 20 years old, the highest is 22 years old. That's what probably we can control, but it's quite a small span related to another confounding factors.
Okay, about FKBP5, it's peripheral from blood. How you contact them for brain or for the stress? I mean, it's from blood, not from associated from the brain.
So we read the study of Zanas et al. It's about how FKBP4 is a storage for childhood trauma, because in our body we have we call it hypothalamus hypophysis adrenal axis. So it's something that releases cortisol, which we know cortisol is a hormone that regulates stress in our body, and this gene can be easily methylated if there is something that if the patient got the long-term stress. So the FKBP4 is a storage for childhood trauma. that Zanas et al. Mentioned.
And also the whole blood sample, we use a leukocytes as we stated at
Okay,
our
stop.
About the sample, it's from medical students. For the medical students, we know they are exposure to more stress because it's hard study from other students in other faculties. How you adjust that BS about that?
So actually, so actually that was the main focus of our study, that was not the bias. So the main focus was whether the medical students can regulate stress, how if that each individuals of the medical students react differently to stress, they have a different stress response. So perhaps the study will, in the future, they will induce another study that large scale in the future, and perhaps it will make a better education system for our own good at our own nation, or perhaps globally.
Science, this small exploratory study and most associated were not statistically significant. Yeah, were not statistically significant. What conclusion can you safely make without overwhelming?
Okay, so there was no association, and all of the association goes to the different direction. So that's multidimensional, goes to each different dimension.
Okay, time's up. Okay, for this match, Team 115 have the total point of 21, and Team 62 has a total point of 18. So the winner of this match is Team 115. Congratulations. And I will give the judges to give her feedback.
So thank you very much. I think this is a very interesting debate. And even though there is a problem in the middle of the debate, but I think both team is giving very focus. But as the shown there, but team 115 I think is deliver more on point question, and also the answer is using a reference. So I think they are the winner for this debate. So thank you so much.
Thank you, judges. Okay, now that is match over, you can go. And also a reminder that you cannot bring your devices like phone or laptop, and you can just put it away. Do not put it on the table. Just put it away, okay? Okay, for our next match, we have Team 28. Yeah, you can sit on my left. And Team 113. Okay, everyone knows the rules. Everyone understand the rules, okay? I'm gonna toss a coin and you're gonna have to choose head or tail. Head or tail? Head and tail. It is tail, so you can choose whether you wanna go first or second. Okay, there first. Okay, so Team 28 is gonna present. Okay, we're gonna have a 5-minute break.
Okay, so team 28 is gonna present it first. Operator, please. Is this your slide? Okay, set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you ready? You can start now.
Okay, we are gonna talking about our research that is titled Diagnostic Accuracy of Next Generation Sequencing for HIV-1 Drug Resistant Mutation Analysis. Next slide, please. Okay, the answer, first, HIV drug is HIV has become a silent pandemic because and millions of people are still relying on the drug to suppress it. This is also rising efficacy threat issue that will driving the treatment failure, and that's why the precision messaging imperative is raised, where the accurate identification of drug resistant mutation is required. And nowadays, Sanger sequencing is remain as a gold standard for testing. But the Sanger sequencing failed to detect the low frequency minority variants or the low abundance drug resistant mutation. So that's why we proposed targeted NGS or targeted next generation sequencing that have high sensitivity for detecting the low abundance drug resistant mutation. So our objective is to evaluate rather the performance of NGS accuracy for HIV drug resistant mutation and the profile based on the gold standard, the Sanger sequencing. Next slide, please. Our method is from 60 sample that we use 30 sample resistant and 30 sample sensitive will be compared using the Sanger sequencing and the nanopore sequencing, and the result will be interpreted using Stanford HIV DB. Stanford HIV DB, the accuracy observed is the drug resistant mutation, sensitivity, and specificity.
Okay, as a result, we can see that the drug resistant mutation detected in nanopore sequencing is more higher than the Sanger sequencing detection. And for for diagnostic accuracy, if you can see in the table that the sensitivity and specificity, especially for PR, RT, and RTI, and also the EN in 1 up to 10% is accurate, but except in EN for threshold 20% is quite not accurate in sensitivity. Next. So for individual drug resistant profile, we can see also that the sensitivity and specificity is quite accurate between the nanopore sequencing and gold standard method of Sanger sequencing, except for alpha-graphyl and reltagraphine in 20% sensitivity. It's quite decline up to Sanger sequencing. And as a conclusion, next. Accuracy of NGS nanopore sequencing for HIV drug resistant detection across PI, NRTI, and NRTI show a strong confidence to Sanger sequencing, and this platform can be reliable as a tool for detecting HIV drug resistant in surveillance and also in clinical setting. Thank you.
Okay, time's up. We're gonna move to the debate session. So please set a timer for 6 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
I think this is a very confusing study because you did not mention how do you determine resistant and responsive, because I recall what criteria do you use, because for example actually based on what do you use, Stanford for example, because it used as gradual 5 gradual resistant and responsive, and you're just generalizing into resistant and responsive. It's kind of overfitting and too generalizing for your result.
Okay, for the first one, we detect actually the point mutation of the HIV. Like I mentioned before, it's the sensitivity is quite good enough. The second one, like you said, that's right. It's there are 5 differences of the resistance: the sensitive, the potential low level, and then the intermediate, and also the high level. And based on the Stanford database, we comprise the resistance as a high and intermediate, and also the low potential. And as the sensitive one, we comprise the sensitive and potential low level. That's we divide what is the sensitive one and also the resistant one, and for the individual resistant profile. So there are two kind of
Stop.
And the second one is about your previous statement about 100% sensitivity and etc. I think this is a bit overfitting for your samples because you used 60, 30, 30 for each group, and then I did not hear you. You use sample calculation because this is 100% is too good to be true for 60 sample in total, and yet you did not mention the sample size calculation. I think that's a bit more concerning rather than how
stop.
you.
About the sample sizing itself, we actually already calculated the sample size for diagnostic method. And the estimation sample size is actually 54, only 54. Why? Because the NGS based on the one of the reference from the China, the accuracy is quite high actually. So that's why the calculation of the sample size is only 54, sorry, 54, and then we up to 60, and based on the discussion with the group, the divided sample will comprise 30 sensitive and 30 resistant, because we want to look at how many true positive, how many false negative, how many true negative, and how many
Stop.
false positive.
Your study stated about a strong coherent value, which is a good coherence between the Sanger and the NGS. Now I'm confused in your title. Your conclusion said there is no that you can use NGS for clinical, but you said that there is a concordance. It beats more like, I think just better use Sanger because you have a strong concordance.
About our conclusion actually state that for the NGS, especially for protease and then reverse transcriptase, the accuracy of the NGS is almost up to 80% actually. The sensitivity and the specificity, and it described also in the one of the statistical analysis, which is the Cohen's kappa. The agreement or the concordance between the Sanger sequencing and nanopore sequencing is a strong agreement. The Cohen's kappa state that actually we didn't show it in the poster actually, but we have already calculated the Cohen's kappa, the agreement between the Sanger sequencing and also the versus the nanopore sequencing, and the agreement is very good enough.
Okay, then the continuous question would be, if you previously mentioned that Sanger only have capability to detect less than 20% of threshold, but in NGS you said it could be higher, but in your concordance study using Cohen kappa, you said more than 0.8, which is it's very good. Now, based on that, you didn't mention your limitation. It could be because of your population population you studied or anything, because you just stating that 100% sensitivity and etc., but you did not mention that very basic and critical limitation in your study.
Yeah, actually, in our research, we have a limitation, especially for the integrase or integrase inhibitor sample. We only, because this is used the biorepository sample that have already done before, and we cannot find the sample for the integrase resistant or integrase mutation in that. That's why the limitation of the study of that. We cannot find, or we didn't include the integrase resistant sample in this study. Maybe. Yeah.
But I think for this threshold, the 10% threshold is already optimal. And we also found in the other study that the 10%
time's
threshold
up.
is already optimal.
Okay, time's up. We're gonna move to the next presentation from team 113. This is your slide.
Yeah.
Okay, set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Good morning, honorable judges. We would like to present our studies next. So, we know that carboplatin is the current treatment for cervical cancer therapy, yet still facing a very critical and inadequate clinical response in the patient, along with the side effect that might happen in the patient. Therefore, our study, by modifying the active site of the pyrazoline, by modifying it in the backbone of pyrazoline by chloroethioneal, we aim to evaluate the combination effect of carboplatin and pyrazoline as anti-cancer therapy in cervical cancer using HeLa cell line. Next. Next till the end. Okay, this study is a in vitro study using HeLa cervical cell lines, which is we treat it with carboplatin and P6 or pyrazoline, which is we evaluate the MTT assay for the viability and IC50, and then cell migration capacity using Scratch, and then for the colony formation assay for the functional, those three for functional, and then the RT-qPCR for the apoptosis gene. Next.
Okay, next we move to discussion and result, which shows that, I'm sorry, there's no, can you stop because there's no picture? Because this one is important. Oh, yeah, yes. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I'm sorry the picture is not displayed here, but if the picture is here, we can see that our compound pH and carboplatin can reduce the viability of HeLa cell, which signifies cytotoxic toward the HeLa cell. Even though carboplatin shows the highest potency compared to P18, but P18 shows better inhibition for cell migration. And next, the key finding of our research shows that these two compounds can work in synergy. So next, if we giving in combination, we can see that we can reduce the number of doses from 2 to 3-fold reduction without affecting its efficacy. And for the next slide, we can see that all the treatment can reduce the colony formation. We can see in the picture. And after 48 hours of given treatment, this image should be showing that there's increase in max BCL2 ratio, which signifies that this compound can inducing apoptosis. But the other result shows that in combination, there's slight difference because combination is not showing the apoptosis inducing. So for the conclusion, next, we can say that our compound pH can be a potential candidate for chemosensitizing with carboplatin, but we have to elucidate more about its molecular mechanism to know their potential in the cancer treatment. Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna move to our debate session. So please 6 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, these experiments were performed in HeLa, yeah, right? The cervical cancer scale. What this was the particular result? Why you only using cells, HeLa cells?
Yes, because in general, in cervical cancer, we can find that the incidence is a lot of adenoma carcinoma with the infection at SVPH. So this cancer HeLa cell is replicate this kind of condition. So it can replicate the condition in real life.
For HeLa cell, why did you use HeLa cell for specifically, because for the majority of the patient of cervical cancer actually as adenocarcinoma, which is highly associated with HPV, high-risk HPV infection, which is we were trying to find the specific solution for this specific population, which is reflect our population in Indonesia, especially because the HeLa cell will reflect the condition in the patient setting for the adenocarcinoma dominancy in cervical cancer. Thank you.
Okay, actually it is quite new for us in vitro laboratory. Yeah, is there any internal control for your in vitro method, all your in vitro method? Because you mentioned that you have already done so many things in vitro laboratory, right? Please give us insight about the. Is there any?
Stop. Do you mean group control? Yeah, of course. For like we perform comparison study, so if we don't have control, we cannot compare, right? So the control is we have cells without treatment or cells with vehicle treatment. So in our treatment we use pH, and pH is diluted in DMSO. So to make a control, we have to include the DMSO. So the control in our research is actually cell treated with vehicle or DMSO. Is it answer a question or?
About the internal control of all the experiment, I mean.
So for the internal control, actually, it's based on the data that we use triplicate, right? We repeat 3 times, and then we use control. What is it called, the control? We use the control for the DMSO. We use that as a control because each data for the variable we compare that to the DMSO for standardizing each quantitative data that we use.
Okay,
That's
stop.
the internal control.
Maybe this little bit question. If you repeated this study again under the same condition, what would you be the more worried thing for you reproducing the study again? If you're doing this study under the same condition.
Actually, this data, all of the data we perform is we already done it 3 times, like 3 biological replicate, and we have the same data. So this is a palette, like have a powerful results, I think.
I think what will be worried is maybe if it would be over claiming if we say that we don't worry anything about if we repeat the experiment again, but actually we already repeated 3 times and we found a similar finding and we already analyzed for those 3 repeated experiments. There is no significant result, which is confirming our hypothesis, which is it's relevant. Is answering our hypothesis correctly, but we have intriguing finding about the apoptotic gene that will lead to another research. So this is not a dead end research in our study.
Okay, stop.
Okay, you're very confident with your result and data, right? Actually, is there any limitation that you can mention or you can explain here about your research and data? And what is for the future? Can you give us the future plan of your research wanna be, please?
Okay, thank you. For the limitation, as we know that we have just make a model, just cells, and this cancer cell, like we giving it the therapy, so we have not see how it's interact with the tumor environment. So in addition to it, so our next project, maybe we can, first, we have to elucidate the molecular mechanism. If we're really sure that this compound is really inducing apoptosis, next we will do the in vivo. So in the so in the animal study, we make cancer model, cervical cancer model, and we treat it with our compound, and we see the results. I think that's.
And for the next is actually kind of already answered in our conclusion, because we found that there is no significant apoptosis gene that overexpressed in our study, which means we have to look for another mechanism because we cannot only rely on the functional analysis. We already
You want to ask the question?
Okay, the last one. According to the cell migration result, what is the effect of the P8 on the HeLa cell compartment to the compared to the control group?
That's a very interesting question because as we see, like pH can reduce cell migration better than carboplatin. As we know that carboplatin is really toxic, but these compounds cannot like prevent the migration of HeLa cells. So this pH maybe has another molecular mechanism, like they can affect cell surface marker or anything that so it can inhibit the migration of HeLa cell. So this anti-migratory assays suggests that maybe if we giving it to the in vivo technique, maybe it can reduce the migration of cells, eventually reducing the incidence of metastasis, which we know that in cancer is really a bad situation if it happens in patient.
Okay, you're done? Okay, this match is over. And you can see that your score on the screen that team 113 has a total points of 19 or 20. And team 28 has a total point of 17. So congratulations, team 113, that you're the winner of this match. Now we will give the room to the judges.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that was a very, very skillful match, because both of you seem very familiar and concerned about the fundamentals of each other's research. So I think that's what you need to keep up. Some of your questions and discussions are obviously a very good fundamental challenge. So it doesn't need this is just a suggestion, it doesn't need the flowery word of like, oh, can you try to clarify or can you try to explain to us, even though it sounds like you're humbling yourself by saying this is new to you, but actually you're obviously really good at it. So just directly like ask the question so that both the fundamentals can be reflected very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, for our next match, we have team 12. Please sit on my left. On my left, yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. And team 106. Okay, before we start, actually we're gonna have a quick break so we can change the judge. Okay. We have a change. Yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah, your phone.
KGF versus EV enriched particle in skin wound healing. Next. Next. As we know, non-healing wounds reduce quality of life, so we want to explore how KGF and EV enriched particles can accelerate wound healing. Next. We isolate secretome from HDF and then we analyze KGF level used ELISA and NTA for EV enriched particle. Next. And then we apply topically to samples, which is red samples, for 3 times per week for 14 days. And then we examine open wound area, collagen expression, epidermal thickness, and fibroblast cell count. Next. From our research, we found that KGF and EV enriched particles can reduce significantly open wound area compared with control group. KGF group significantly increased collagen expression, and there were no significantly different in epidermal thickness and fibroblast cell count for among all groups. Next, this is for wound area closure. Next, this is for collagen expression. Next, this is for epidermal thickness. Next, this is for fibroblast cell count feature. Okay, next.
So based on the result, we can say that KGF might be a superior bioactive compared to control group and EV enriched group. So KGF could significantly enhance healing with reduced open area, increased collagen compared to other group, and also it could give a safe remodeling, which is maintain normal epidermal remodeling and fibroblast activity safely without inducing proliferation abnormality. Next. So the limitation is if we enrich particle, we only rely on NTA and the fibroblast tissue sample stain which only HNE. The nuance, NTA detects all nanoparticle within size range but couldn't distinguish between other similar entities. And other mesenchymal cells have similar morphology to fibroblasts. But for our next study, future direction, we will study about using EV-specific molecular markers to ensure absolute specificity, and we need further study to fibroblast count using immunohistochemistry marker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team 106. Okay, we're gonna start our debate session.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, hold on a second, I'm sorry. Okay, set the timer for 6. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, so my first question is, you mentioned that you used like 3 different groups, and we are very confused that the control group, is it like a negative control or positive control, because it's very ambiguity.
Thank you for the question. So we only use positive control because we use animal, this is an in vivo animal studies, that there are strict rules that if we use animal study and we hurt the animals, we have to give them these standard regimens or these standard drugs too. So we don't torture the animals. That's why we don't use a negative control. We only use a positive control, that the animals using povidone iodine as standard regimens for wound drugs.
Okay, so in terms of positive control, you use like iodine, which is like a betadine, right? It is like an antiseptic, but usually for like your current group is used for proliferation of cell, which is the wound healing. The current study is used like placenta. So why didn't you use that type of control group? Why do you only use like antiseptics, not like comparable?
Okay, the povidone iodine is a standard drugs for wound healing that only antiseptic effect for the wound. But it cannot heal faster and then can make inflammation for the wound. So we have to find another bioactive compounds that can accelerate the wound healing, because the povidone iodine cytotoxic for the cell. Thank you.
So I think you didn't answer the question because why you use like not placenta, instead use just like antiseptic.
Okay. Placenta or UCMSC, umbilical cord mesenchymal stem cell. We can isolate the secretome for UCMSC too. UCMSC, umbilical cord or placenta. There are so much research using this secretome from UCMSC actually, but this is a skin wound healing. So we try to make an original cell to produce their own bioactive compound for the tissue, for the tissue regeneration. This from the same cells. So that's why we don't use UCMSC or placenta.
Also, the placenta UCMSC is a general purpose. It could be used for anything, but compared to this HDF,
Kita.
Yeah, I think in terms of that, you cannot really compare antiseptic with the wound healing. We have different mechanism. So one is like you prevent the anti-inflammation, but one you like support the cell proliferation. I think.
Okay, thank you. All of groups used povidone iodine. So this is the gold standard of therapy for wound healing. So we cannot exclude the povidone iodine as it is a standard drugs for wound healing. We just add something new, bioactive molecule like KGF or EV, like we want to know about the effect of EV2, to make the wound healing more faster to heal. So we don't exclude the povidone iodine. So we just add something new to accelerate the wound healing.
Okay, about what's your answer? Why don't you use any EO or essential oils that have the same activity like antibacterial, anti-inflammation? So it can be used as the positive control rather than you use only the betadine. I think it should be like that. And the other question I want to confirmation that about you use 15 rats for each grubs. Isn't it animal welfare? I think.
Stop.
Thank you. As I said, povidone iodine is a gold standard for wound healing. So we cannot compare any other bioactive molecule with another bioactive molecules. We just compare bioactive molecule with the gold standard therapy. So that's why we don't use essential oil versus KGF or essential oil versus EV. We have to compare it with the gold standard therapy. Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of that, so it's like a 3 basic group and then each of them get it like iodine, right? So what's the difference? I mean, like the first one, it's not, we cannot control like a positive control because 3 of the group has the same control, which means the first group is a negative control. It's not a positive control. If it's different concentration, you didn't mention about the concentration.
No, negative control is we make an incisional wound for the rats and we didn't give anything to the rats. That's not allowed for animal welfare, unethical. That's why if you want to make a research with animal and you hurt them or you make them some kind of disease model or wound healing like this, you still have to give them the gold standard therapy. This is for the welfare for the animal, and that all of the research using animal, we cannot exclude the standard therapy. We have to give them all of the standard therapy, and then
we add the other to compare with the standard therapy, either more effective or not. Thank you.
Okay, stop. Time's up. Okay, we're gonna move to the next session. When team 12 is gonna present. So please, is this your slide? Okay, set a timer for.
Okay, we are
Okay,
ready.
set the timer, 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Juniza and my partner is Ahmad Zainur. We want to present the potential compounds of PDD-FUTDL as anti-cancer agents against prostate cancer through comprehensive in silico studies. Next. So it's all about almost 400,000 people dies of prostate cancer in 2022, but Indonesian have a lot of herbal like P-Futida that becomes ethno medicine in Saya culture, which the function for anti-inflammation. So we try to make it unclear. Is it can be what's that?
So is it can be used the specific compounds, and based on that, our aim is to investigate anti-cancer compound from PDD-FUTDL against the prostate cancer through in silico. Next. Yeah, we have some in silico approaches. First is a machine learning, and we try to apply that machine learning to our data set from PDD-FUTDL compounds and try to do some activity prediction using PAS and bioavailability using using Lipsing screws of 5, and then we find the potential compound which is 6 from, and we continue to molecular docking. Next. Yeah, based on that, we can develop machine learning, and as we can see that there are 6 machine learnings, and the higher one compared to the other in terms of accuracy is SVM, which can reach 90%, and we try to apply the SVM to our dataset compounds, and we can predict that 54 compounds, which is 90% of 59 compounds, have the anti-cancer property. Next. And we also try to filter with the PAS Online, which is a prediction tools that from 54 we can filter into 25 compounds that have a predictive, specifically the apoptotic activity, and we also try to filter it using the Lipinski sulfide, which is the bioavailability test. Next. And by on that we can get that 6 compounds that potential to use as a drug in terms of prostate cancer, and we try to do molecular docking that you can see on the left side, which is the difference of binding affinity, and the higher compared to other binding, the lower compared to other binding affinities like Licarin A. And as you can see, the Licarin A also have a different amino acid that we targeted before, and by that we can mimic the conformation of Licarin A with previous drug to PARP1, and by that we can predictively that our Licarin A can inhibit DNA repair and resulting in apoptotic activity in prostate cancer. Next. Yeah, based on that, our conclusion that our current in silico study, we can assume that there are 6 out of 59 compounds in PDD-FUTDL with potential anti-cancer prostate properties with apoptotic induction effect. And based on that, this study can be used as basis knowledge for PDD-FUTDL as potential medicine in prostate cancer.
Okay, thank you, Team 12. We're gonna move to the debate session. Okay, 6 minutes, ready? Okay, you can start now.
Okay, to me this is concerning because the compound is only 59, which is so few for the plant extract. So, could you clarify the criteria you use to guess this compound? Because to me it's overfitting.
Okay, thank you for the question. So we get these 59 compounds from the website, which is the NAMSEC and PubChem, and it collected by a lot of database, and a lot of research also to determine these 59 compounds. So we want to ensure that this compound is actually from the PDD-FUTDL, and not like any other compounds. So based on that, I think it's quite validated, 59 compounds.
Okay. How can you interpret your research for the real condition in the prostate cancer, actually, from your prediction, from your research?
Okay, so in terms of validated, we aware that in silico study is like predictive study. Based on that, we want to find a potential plants at first, which is the Peridophytida. Because as you can see in the previous slide, which is the research from Pradhanan 2019, the extract is given to the cell line in prostate cancer, which is like half activity. And based on that, we want to see what type of compounds that have that activity. So we use that a lot of approaches.
Thank you. So how can you confirm that these 6 compounds from your prediction that really exist in this herbal?
Okay, so basically these 6, not only 6, but 59 compounds is already, 59 compounds is already in the plants because of the database. It's previous a lot of research before, and they already validated because they put it in a PubChem and also knapsack. There's several validation in the database because we cannot just like put it in the database without any publication, right? And the 6 compounds also predictively active because first, a lot of filtering at first. We not like 59, we just like doing the docking, but we have a filter at first. And other than that, we believe that some of the compounds also conduct by a lot of research before, which is like the recurrent A have a research before and so on.
Okay, so you said that you collected from various database, but how you choose that database? How to make it eligible to take the data from the database?
Yeah, so we basically use 2 main databases, is Knapsack and PubChem. And based on that, how can we choose this? Because I think PubChem is very well known for a lot of compounds, and it's already achieved by a lot of researchers out there. And also Knapsack is a database that focusing on phytocompounds, and we just want to focus on that databases.
Okay. So actually, what will you do to make sure that these compounds, your prediction, this is computational, right? Your prediction, these compounds exist in this herbal actually. What will you do? What's your next steps? Because this is cancer, right?
Yeah, so it's cancer. So yeah, these compounds is, we can continue to the in vitro research at first, because some of the research also, like they try to fractionate each compounds from the real extracts, and you can fractionate the recurrent A and so on. And you can do some in vitro research. You can just like extract that compounds and apply it to the cell line, which is like G145, PC, and so on. And we understand that because it's in silico study, there will be some, we focus on prediction because that's our limitation, but we do a lot of validation at first, so we not really think that it's not unvalidated. Although it's prediction, we still can use it as filtering, so you don't have like put a lot of effort and cost 54 compounds, you put every compounds to the cell line. We focus on 6 at first.
Also, what I found is some kind of misleading. So your study is about prostate cancer, but the docking is in a PARP1, which is about a DNA repair marker. It's a general, it's not specific to this prostate cancer. So do you have any other specific marker for this?
Okay, so in terms of why we choose PARP1, because PARP1 is actually a gold standard for the current drugs that use for prostate cancer. So they, for the molecular targeting drugs in prostate cancer, they use the PARP1 because it shows a lot of research is have a great inhibition factor. And other than that, yeah, it's also FDA approved to compared to any other medication. And yeah, I think that's all.
Okay, time's up. Okay, the match is over. And you can see your score that Team 12 has a total point of 23 and Team 106 has a total point of 20. So congratulations, Team 12. Now we're gonna listen to the feedbacks from the judges.
Okay, thank you very much for the debate. So, as we as a judges will not evaluate the content of the debate, but more into the process of the debating and also the presentation. So, to me, I appreciate the PowerPoint because presenting in 3 minutes is not an easy job, especially because you have many things to share with us, and you want to make sure that you have share every key points to us, yeah. So that's good that PowerPoint is concise. Although, if I would like to suggest that when you are presenting one slide, please make sure that you deliver the key message of each slide, yeah. Sometimes you tend to say next, I think because you want to save times, but it seems that the slide is just showing up with no specific key messages and then next, yeah. Please make sure that every slide deserve a even very short statement gitu. Okay, now about the debate. So actually I love hearing the debate because every group you project your voice very clear, and also you have always a follow-up questions. So that's good because that's what the debate is for. You don't ask question and if any response from the respondent, you just say, oh, okay, thank you. So that's not a debate. But what you have done is really a debate. So it's good for you. And if one thing that I would like to suggest you is complementary roles between the two. Because one team consists of the two person, kan? It will be good if each of you contribute a similar when you are questioning and when you give answer to the opponent. So not rely on only one because you are two. So that's maybe for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the judges. Okay, now that we're finished, we're gonna have a lunch break first. So please look at the rundown so you can know when's your next match. And please come back on time, okay? Congrats Team 12.
cek, tes, tes, 1, 2, 3, tes, tes, A. Ini? Oh ini beda tipe juga dia. Ada kok nggak sih? Cek, one, one. Deket banget lah. Gimana? Sorry. Jadi aneh.
Tes. Nah.
Masuk. Tes, 1, 2, 3.
Tes, 1, 2, 3.
Cek, tes, one, 1.
Tes, 1, 1, 2.
Oke, 1, 2, 3. Cek, 1, 2, cek,
Cek, cek, one, one. Bagus. Cek, cek, one, one. Dah. Semuanya aktif ya. Mudah-mudahan nggak mati nih. Cek, cek, 1, 2, 3. Cek, cek, 1, 2, 3. Ini kan lebih kecil ya. Cek, cek, 1, 2, 3. Cek, cek, 1, 2, 3. Cek, cek, 1, 2, 3. Di sini sama.
team 09 and 103 already here. So we're going to start our next session, our next match. So team 09, please sit on the left side, from my left side. And team 103 on my right side. Okay, I'll explain the rules to you again. And we have 4 rounds. The first one is you to present for 3 minutes, and then the second is for debate session. You have 6 minutes to do the debates. Third is for asking the question, and 1 minute to answer the question. And then we're gonna have a break for 1 minute, but disclaimer that you can't talk to each other during the break, so you have to stay silent, no discussion whatsoever. And then after the 1 minute, we're gonna move to the presenting for the team, the other team, for 3 minutes, and then the debate session for 6 minutes. Can you understand? Sorry, wait. I'm gonna toss a coin to decide who goes first. Okay, head or tail? Tail, okay, hat. It's a tail, so you wanna go first or second? Okay, so team 09 is gonna present first. Operator?
Can we see the slide first
Yeah,
to make
okay,
sure it
yeah.
is the right slide?
Okay, is this your slide?
Maybe next. Okay, this is our slide.
Okay. Okay. Set the 3 minutes timer. Ready? Okay, you can start now.
Good day, everyone. We are D0009, and today we are going to present our systematic review and meta-analysis with the title Relationship of Biological Lead Level and Metabolic Syndrome in the Working Age Population. Next. So we know that lead or plumbum is considered as one of 10 chemicals of major public health concern due to their occupational and environmental hazards, which finally contributes to 40 million of disability-adjusted life years worldwide, where they can finally accumulate in our body and then disrupt our cells, creating a cluster of diseases called the metabolic syndrome. Nowadays, we know that metabolic syndrome is always increasing in its prevalence, and currently its prevalence is around 20 to 35% of the global adults, while lead exposure itself is always increasing each year, and currently it's around 20 to 30% of adults, where those two population can have like 8 to 12% of the global adult population in their overlap score. That finally reach us to the clinical question: does high biological lead level actually increase the odds of metabolic syndrome in working age population? Next. So we did a systematic review and meta-analysis according to the PRISMA 2020 and registered them in the Prospero. We searched through 3 databases according to our PICO up to April 10, 2025, where we did a random effect meta-analysis with their pooled odds ratio. Next. And we finally had 1,270 studies where after screening for their title, abstract, and also the full text, we finally had 18 studies to be included in our systematic review, while only 9 of them were further included into the meta-analysis. And according to our distribution of the study we basically had most of the studies in the high-income country, which is the Korea or the US, and also our studies were mostly cross-sectional with blood lead level as their biomarker assessment. Next. However, our meta-analysis shows that participants with higher biological lead biomarker levels had approximately twice the odds of metabolic syndrome, with the odds ratio 2.02, even though the substantial heterogeneity was still observed. But we then further did a sensitivity analysis where the positive association between the biological lead level and metabolic syndrome was still robust. Next. So we can finally conclude, according to that, our odds ratio, the population attributable fraction is actually around 15%, where it can translate that nearly 1 in 7 cases of metabolic syndromes are actually linked to the lead exposure. However, this number is relatively small regarding that the studies we had was mostly from the high-income countries. Therefore, it cannot fully capture what happens in the low-middle income country, where the population of lead exposure is more prevalent and somehow less regulated. Therefore, a prevention of lead exposure in high burden populations and the modifiable risk factors according to the occupational regulation, environmental control, and public health policy are needed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, time's up. So we're gonna move to the debate session. So you have 30 seconds to ask the question and you have 1 minute to answer. And the debate, set the timer for 6 minutes. Okay, you can start. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, regarding the heterogeneity, which is quite high, 0.94%, how do you justify doing a further analysis even with that high amount of heterogeneity? Shouldn't you do some more of a narrative review for this study result?
Okay, so the high heterogeneity that was substantially observed was not a statistical failure. It is just a population complexity where we know that even us as the human beings in environment is already differ and varies differently. Therefore, the substantial heterogeneity was not a statistical failure, and we still can conclude that there is the positive, strong association between them.
Didn't you count the prediction interval? Because in the meta-analysis, when you get the high heterogeneity, you should count the prediction interval. Did you count? Yeah, the covering guideline.
Okay, so this is the systematic review of non-clinical trials. So what we did was actually we tried to do the subgroup analysis. Therefore, the subgroup analysis was done to make sure that we can maybe look up of where the heterogeneity comes from. And we did a subgroup heterogeneity on a few aspects that was from the studies that mainly come from the same countries, and then also studies with the same clinical guideline to observe the metabolic syndrome, and then also in studies with only blood lead level. And therefore, after we did the subgroup analysis, we think we are very strong with our meta-analysis.
Okay, from your study, you did measure the different biomarker, which is the urine lead and the blood lead. And how do you justify your result that it actually can affect metabolic syndrome? Because different biomarker can show the different exposure, window exposure, and it can you justify? Is it actually biologically possible for this, for your result?
So the plausibility is very strong. We know that metabolically the lead level after entering the body, it will very much deposited in our blood, but therefore it will also coming through our urine. Therefore, either urine or blood is currently the same evidence for capturing the lead in our body.
Okay, I want to ask, regarding the study aim, you aim to show whether or not high biological lead causes metabolic syndrome, even though the majority of study that you put into the review is cross-sectional study, in which you cannot infer causality from cross-sectional because it only look at the specific amount of time. And also, since it has different OR from different studies, do you think like putting it together into one meta-analysis is justified, since the OR from different study types have different meaning compared to like case control, compared to cross-sectional, compared to cohort?
Okay, I think it still can be justified because as we conclude in our conclusion, we find the association. We don't talk about the causality because we know that metabolic syndrome is some of a multifactorial disease, and we through this study, we want to bring the new paradigm that metabolic syndrome is not only like lifestyle disease, but also like environmental factor, also attributable or have association, not cause the metabolic syndrome, but associate with the metabolic syndrome.
Okay, from this study, do you consider to, how do you correct the confounding factors such as the socioeconomic when, you know, you have mentioned that it is just in the high income country, but I guess you didn't explain about the socioeconomic when it is correlated with the occupational for each patient.
Okay, stop.
Okay, so confounding factors in systematic review and meta-analysis were actually further explained in our subgroup analysis. However, among our studies that we had, none of them actually give the raw data of the socioeconomic status of all the subjects included in their studies, but we still can conclude that our meta-analysis is beneficial for the low-middle income countries because we know that nowadays the regulation itself for the low-middle income countries are very less in compared to the high-income countries. So therefore, we brought up those topics to raise the issue of the lead exposure itself.
Actually, I'm still curious about why didn't you do the how can you confident enough that the single pooled OR and the subgroup analysis still support your opinion, because from the statistical analysis it's still didn't answer that how do you call it again
Okay,
from the prediction
We can say that we are very confidential because after, even though we only did one meta-analysis for one outcome, we try to further did a sensitivity analysis by removing the study with outliers, and also we are doing another effect model, which is the fixed effect model, and therefore all of the analysis we did was shown a strong positive association still, even though we are trying to remove the outliers and else.
Okay, now that the first match is over, the first round is over, so we're gonna take a break for 1 minute, but please no discussion. Can you set the timer for 1 minute? Okay. Okay, break's over. We're gonna move to the next presentation. So team 103, you're gonna present. Is this your slide?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay. Good afternoon, judges, colleague, and everyone. We are D103. Happily present our research titled Rational Design of a Bimodal VLP Anti-mRNA Nanosystem for Targeted Elimination of Triple-Negative Breast Cancer. Can we imagine when the deadliest breast cancer has no target to attack? Next. Okay, that's what happened in triple-negative breast cancer. In TNBC, it is highly aggressive and metastatic and has poor prognosis, and it lacks of ER or estrogen, progesterone, and HER2 receptors, so that the conventional and commonly used targeted therapies are largely ineffective. And there is a mRNA. It is an alternative molecular target, but it still have challenges that the efficient and tumor-specific delivery is still limited. So our proposed solution answer this gap. Next. We employed multi-stage in silico pipeline across 3 tracks. Firstly is for the therapeutic cargo. We're designing the payload by combining the complement sequence of MIR21 and MS2 PEG sequence in benchling, and then validated the secondary structure and the binding energy and etc. using those tools. And then the second track is for the anti-EGFR antibody. We analyze from the candidates in the database, PDB database, and then dock it to the EGFR domain 3. And for the last track is to confirm the safety of the MS2 VLP using those tools.
As for the results, the antibody itself, we found that matuzumab was the highest binding affinity and the lowest dissociation constant out of all of the available EGFR antibodies with those values of affinity and KD. For this safety screening, all of the protein are found to be non-toxic, non-allergenic, and non-antigenic using the prediction tool. And for the recombinant anti-mRNA, we confirm that the PAC sequence that is incorporated into the anti-mRNA does form into a hairpin, and it could bind bind to the VLP using molecular docking, and also it also has confirmed binding to the target, which is miR-21, with quite a favorable delta G of -32. Next. As for conclusion, our computational pipeline successfully designed a targeted anti-mRNA delivery factor that is validated using in silico method, and we hope that this result could provide more foundation into in vitro and in vivo studies in the future. Thank you.
Okay, you still have 50 minutes. Okay, moving on to the next session is debate. So can you set the timer for 6 minutes? Okay, ready? So you can start now.
Okay, so your study is an in silico experiment. So without in vitro experiments, can you say that there is still a very positive association for therapy itself?
Okay, for our in silico method, the method that we use, which is molecular docking, according to the website itself, according to the study conducted by the Heddock Foundation, which is the one that developed the tool, the correlation between binding data on the website compared to binding data in vitro is around 0.4 to 0.5 on the R-squared. So it's quite good. For the binding energy, it's 0.4 to 0.7. For the binding motif, the tool that we use is a gold standard tool. So it has around 99% accuracy for protein-protein binding. So in translating the result into in vitro, it is quite good.
So you said that this kind of method, you want to make the targeted therapy, right, for the breast cancer. But do you think it's quite difficult to, like a patient with breast cancer, usually we don't know, is there any miRNA expressed in the breast cancer? So what do you think about it?
Okay, we actually use the EGFR antibody for the targeting. So based on the study, EGFR is significantly higher in patient with TNBC. Okay, we go to the miRNA. We're actually doing some triangulation analysis, which consists of the systematic review. We doing literature review conducted in 2026, so it is quite new. And from that, from the list of the miRNA, we do the population level searching from the TCGA, or the Cancer Genome Atlas. And from that, we can see that in patients with TNBC, it's significantly higher expressing this type of miRNA. And then we do the clinical correlation from the survival and doing the tissue safety profile. So it quite...
So you said that it targets the EGFR antibody. So we know that it also, the EGFR antibody not only increase in cancer cells, it also can increase in other kind of diseases. But how do you try to potentially remove that confounding factors?
I think, again, as mentioned before, the EGFR is highly overregulated in 90% of all TNBC cases. And so if a patient is diagnosed clinically or radiologically using TNBC, we could 90% confident that they have an increase in EGFR. And so it could, the targeting mechanism is still there. So it's still valid.
So you mean it's not to to specific for the EGFR express breast cancer.
Yes, we specifically make this for TNBC and the other breast cancers like ER positive, HER2 positive, and the others already have their own targeted therapy, right? Get trastuzumab and whatever. And we specifically make this for TNBC, which is really hard to target since they don't have the HR, they don't have the ER, they don't have the PR. And so we want to create like a new therapeutic method that could target this triple negative breast cancer, which is still like the mortality is 30% for metastatic patient. So it's still really, really deadly.
Maybe we would still like to highlight that since this study is computational, so maybe you would, we need to know that did you try to explain or remove anything that can interfere with this potential of cancer cells to be evolving in the patients, especially during the Mirna evolution, maybe like that.
I think we can minimize that thing by choosing the right mRNA, which we use MIR21 from the the meta-analysis from in vivo study. So it is quite good for us to refer. They say that it regulates many pathway, which is PTN, PDCD4, and etc., so that the cancer progression and metastasis can be inhibited. So it is still valid from choosing the right mRNA.
Maybe since this is about like how the cancer cell will evolve, because TNBC is quite a highly evolving disease. Of course, it's just like in silico to specific VLP therapy. In the future, it could be combined with probably like a chemotherapy or other targeted therapy also.
Okay, stop. Okay, so maybe we suggest that your title is kind of overclaiming because you said that it's targeted. However, it is still computational, so therefore it needs a further study to actually claim that this is a very targeted therapy. How do you respond to that?
Well, actually, we want to, first of all, it is a computational study, so it is just the initial study. We have to conduct this type of study before going further to the in vitro and in vivo analysis. But for the computational study, we're pretty confident that it is validated through computational study, which actually we stated in this research.
Yeah, and since we say targeted because we use EGFR we use the EGFR antibody to target EGFR, and according to our result, the EGFR antibody could still bind with a favorable binding energy towards the EGFR. So I think it's still justified that we use targeted for a title.
Okay, time's up. Okay, as you can see, yes. Okay, team 103 has a total score of 23 and team 9 has a total score of 19. So congratulations to team 103. Now we will hear the feedback from the judges.
Me first, right? It's okay, right? Okay, thank you for the good match, I think, interesting. But maybe both of the team must be remember just not to clarify the question, but try to answering the question, but also trying to defend our findings, our method, and our principle in our research like that. So just remember about that, not to clarify, because if the sentence for the answering is not mentioned straight about the defense strategy of your team, I think the point will be lower, right? So for the next match, maybe keep going and better.
Comment from me. It is going to be really quick, I promise. So yeah, so to strategize your way to attack and to defend yourself, I think when you get stuck, it is really easy to just go back to the other question that has been discussed. But then it would be also, well, you can do that, but remember that it is very hard for judges to add point for a discussion that's already been done before, except if the repeated question then induced another answer that is way better than before. Then the point would go to the opponent team. So you need to be really careful about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. Okay, for our next match, we're gonna have team 57. Okay, 57, you can see it on front, on my left side. And team 118, okay, you can see it on my right side. Okay, I will explain the rules again to you, that you will have 2 rounds. Each round has 2 sessions, so you're gonna have 4 sessions. The first session is for presenting your presentation. You're gonna have 3 minutes to present it, and then the debate session is for 6 minutes. You will have 30 seconds to ask the question, and then you have 1 minute to answer it, and then we're gonna have a 1 minute break and no talking, no discussion. And we're gonna have the next round, if you present the other team to present, and the debate again. Okay, so I will toss the coin. Okay, head or tail? Hat. Okay. It's a hat, so you can choose. You wanna go first or second? Okay, you're gonna go first. So team 118 is gonna present first. Operator. Okay, is this your slide? Okay, you're gonna have 3 minutes. Please set the timer. Okay, the timer ready. You can start now.
Okay, we are from team 0118, and this afternoon we gonna present our research entitled Stunting as Mediating Factors in Relationship Between Poverty and Childhood Tuberculosis. Quantitative analysis of SKI 2023 data. Next, please. Yes, poverty is well-established driver of childhood TB, but the pathway of which poverty that translate into this disease is inadequately understood. On the other side, stunting as a marker of chronic undernutrition is theoretically proposed as a key biological mediator in terms of its impact on immune dysfunction. However, empirical evidence quantifying this mediating role using national data level is limited. So, in this research, we argue to what extent poverty's effect on childhood TB actually operate through stunting. Next, please. To figure out our research problem, we apply structural equation modeling with bootstrapping with 1,000 resamples. Next, please. And then, according to this analysis, we find 3 key findings. Firstly, we found that poverty increased the odds of stunting, with 74% higher among children from poor household. Moreover, stunting also increased the odds of tuberculosis with 60% higher among children from poor household as well. However, while examining association between poverty and TB, we found paradox 1, which is poverty appears protective against TB, which is 40% lower having TB among children comes from poor family. Despite this paradox finding, next please. Stunting still significantly mediates the pathway of poverty towards TB. It can be seen here that it's statistically significant, and then even this proportion mediation is low. It is less than 10%. From all these 3 findings, we conclude that stunting play an important role on tuberculosis among children under 5. Thus, stunting should be applied as early detection of childhood TB. Thank you.
Okay, you still have time time left? You already done? Okay, it's okay. We're gonna move to the debate session. So please set the timer for 6 minutes. You will have 30 seconds to ask the question and 1 minute to answer it. Okay, timer's ready. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Maybe my question relates to your data that showing the rich family have a higher prevalence of TB than the poor family, right? So if systematic underreporting of the poverty is indeed occurring, so wouldn't this mean that data used to build your mediation model was failed from the start?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if we look at in the whole data, we've only found 173 children which is diagnosed with TB, among of 60,000, more than 60,000. So it's it's a quiet number of cases. However, from this structural equation modeling with bootstrapping, we found that even this a little bit quiet number of TB cases, it's still proven that stunting mediates the association between poverty and childhood TB. And if we look in detail among stunted...
Okay, stop.
Okay, thank you for the chance. I'm gonna ask from the beginning as the kind of study design that you choose here, which is a cross-sectional study. And in case here you wanna find out stunting, is it stunting truly mediates the relationship between the poverty or childhood TB? But in case here, in kind of we wanna find the causality, actually cross-sectional was an appropriate kind of study, I think, because it doesn't seem how you could compare the before and after. So
yeah, you are right. Actually, we do not try to find the causality, but we want to try to find the association. Because TB in children is actually difficult to find. The TB screening, it's a bit difficult to find because the sputum difficulties among the children. So we want to try another door, like from the stunting or nutrition program. So we find that our finding find that the mediation is the stunting one. So our implication to this finding, we can put this finding to the existing program, to the posyandu, something like that, to screen from the stunted children to get the TB1 for the TB children. Yeah.
I'll continue asking. So, how could you, how the way you could strengthen these causal inferences due to your aim of study, which is, you said that you're going to add some more intervention to the data, including to the health access. How you could strengthen, isn't it? You should maybe add some, not the sample data, but maybe the for the standard for comparing before and after. Have you? Okay, stop.
Okay, thank you. So based on our data, it is a secondary data, and then yes, we found that poverty is protective against TB. But if we detail in amongst stunted one, we found that the prevalence of TB cases is higher among poor. It is indicate that maybe it is indicate that the healthcare here is also main factor from the poor one to get access there. That's it.
So what if the effect of stunting mediation only significant on the several location with the bad health access, but it is not significant for the good access region. So how do you balance the risk of over-screening or even the under-screening between the richest one or the poorest one from the data? Because you was comparing the richest and the poorest one. Yeah, the evidence base for it. Super, do you have things?
Okay, actually to screen the stunted children actually to all around the Indonesia actually because that's the door to get the TB children actually, so to all. But our finding found that in the poorest one is the highest prevalence. So maybe if it is priority program, we choose the poorest one actually, but it is for all stunted children.
Last but not least, maybe how you can convince me that stunting was not a cure before the TB infection rather than the reverse backward then?
Okay, because we use secondary data here, and then the stunting is counting after diagnosing that TB cases. So we convince you that it's already happened after that kind of diagnosis. Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, time's up for the debate. Okay, now we're going to take a break for 1 minute, but please no discussion and no talking. Can you please share the timer? Okay, break's over. So we're gonna hear the presentation from team 00 here. Okay. Okay. 57. Okay, please set the timer for 3 minutes. Is this your slide, right? Okay. Yeah. Please next. Okay. Okay, you can start. The timer ready? Okay, you can start now.
Okay, this is our topic on the slide. Maybe we can jump to introduction. Next, please. So the degenerative disease as a type of chronic disease, which has 74% of total annual of global death. In the OHAD concept, this disease can be programmed since prenatal period. Our focus on this study is about sphingolipid profile that the metabolite can influence by microbiota and can be analyzed through fecal sample for how it can affect the risk of degenerative disease. Next, please. So in our study, we using the secondary data from UHPLC, and the data were screened, classified, and find the dominant metabolite to integrate it and then predict the related protein using all this platform. Next, please. So the result, we find out the two dominant metabolite called phytospingosine and spingosine, and this metabolite integrated to reveal the related protein. Next, please. This figure relief the protein that identified related to spingosine, and all these protein are involved in sphingolipid mechanism. It's called sphingolipid rheostat. So then able to determine the risk of degenerative disease. So last year, we want to emphasize that this study were still ongoing and have limited as predicted analysis to find the potential biomarker by using in silico method. Maybe that's all for our study. Thank you.
Okay, you still have like 1 minute, so
Or
you're
maybe
done.
a couple times. I want to emphasize again here. So we still cannot, we're not able enough to make some specific conclusion because the study was still ongoing. So we have to put some more result from the genomic data of result. And also here we want to emphasize that this data was comparing to the database of lipidomics, which just have the previous on previous study. So here, this is doesn't tells us that this has become a biomarker, but this is only the potential biomarker that still need a validation method through in vitro and also an in vivo step. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to the debate session. So please set the timer for 6 minutes. Okay, you have 30 seconds to ask and 1 minute to answer. So you can start now.
Okay, thank you for the question. So here we're using the object was the 2 pairs of pregnant woman and her neonates because it was, not because. Here I'm not saying that this is relevant to the whole or the huge population, but for this variable of, for this population, in this case was these 2 pairs, it was adequate for not, we're not saying as a too relevant for a huge population, but in this variable it shows that we find out this sphingosine that was dominant from the sphingolipid and the protein related to the sphingosine was able to use as a potential biomarker. How I do validate this one? Still, this was unpredicted step, and still we need the validation method by adding some genomics and lipid comparing from the database. But here we can say that the...
Okay, stop.
Okay. Actually, you mentioned that that's 2 pairs of a sample, but that's 2 different, right? That's 2, I mean, the different pregnant women and different, it's not their children, right? Oh, yeah. And then what is implied from selecting these 2 to your result? Because I mean, in terms of ethical, if we see that there is a potential biomarker on their child, what should the family do then?
Okay, stop.
So yeah, this was also the limitation of our study because we're not comparing the we following the sphingolipid things before and after. We just doing some point at one point collecting the data things from the fecal sample. So actually, we also have decided for the next research to put some kind of different kind of study design like longitudinal study to comparing before the maternal phase and also the prenatal and natal things, natal phase. So we can see what's the difference between prenatal and also after the postnatal things. It was the limitation also of our study, and we have decided just to add some kind of study too.
Okay, continuing that, I also thinking that do you consider about the perinatal risk, like the blood pressure, gestational diabetes, and others risk factor for the mom?
Yep, we also consider it because with the concept DOHD we have mentioned before that it says that environment, intrauterine environmental was really has the high potential risk that can be transmission to the baby, which is mean also the sphingolipid things that can be transmission to the baby. So if there was some dysregulation of this sphingolipid from the mother, it was able or it was possibly can be transmitted to the baby, and it can and it has detected in the fecal samples that we has do in our study.
Okay. Is there any like potential confounding at the molecular level, like diet, medication, infection, something like that?
Yes, it was many things like some diet, some intake, some supplement, and also maybe the stress cell, like that. It also influenced the sphingolipid here, but in our study, we focus to the microbiome influence. So we focus to the microbiome. It may be involve the diet things, the nutrition things, but here, how we wanna show on this result is how the microbiotes like Bacteroides or Firmicutes able to how it's mempengaruhi in English, yeah, the sphingolipid metabolism. It provides. In case here we find that sphingosine and phytosphingosine that mostly dominant in the fecal sample.
Do you control the confounding?
How do you confirm us that you control in what stages?
The pregnant was really under control to the health access. So we using some questionnaire things, what it calls in English, questionnaire things. So it tells and it would be asked by the midwife and all the thing, the nakes before doing the surveillance. So just in case maybe they don't be honest to the nakes, but I think the surveillance will show that it was under our control in the surveillance, things like that. We do some check, cross check, like that before they check.
Okay, time is up. Okay, we finished this match, and as you can see that team 57 has a total score of 14 and team 118 has a total score of 17. So congratulations to team 118, you win this match. Okay, now we will hear the feedback from our judges.
Okay, nice debate. Okay, maybe from me, for both of the team, please trying to always focus to the key point of the question and also to the answer. So it will not wasting time, you know. And also the way to answer the question both of the groups is hopefully for the next match is straightforward. So with the straightforward and then with the reasonable answer based on the scientific logical theory. So like not really how to say every answer, every question is like too long with the long sentence and wasting time, but brief, but focus, more focus like that. Maybe from me like.
Yeah, it's great I enjoyed the arguments really well, especially towards the end of the debate. It's getting warmed up, I think. And I think it's not only for the teams that are now sitting for the debate, but also everyone. It's great to divide your task in a team, but it is not a one-man show. So yeah, you need to be careful and be mindful about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the judges. Okay, before we start, we're gonna take like a quick break.
109, team 109 on my right. Okay, you cannot use your phone, your laptop, put it away. Oh, sir, can you put, Pak Abdul, can you put your phone away? Do not put it on the desk. You cannot bring your phone. Okay, I will explain the rules to you again that we will have 2 rounds. Each round has 2 sessions, a presentation and a debate session. So for the presentation, you will have 3 minutes, and for the debate, you will have 6 minutes with 30 seconds to ask the question and 1 minute to answer it. And okay, everyone's understand the rules? And after the first round over, we're gonna take 1 minute break, but no talking, no discussion with each other, so you have to stay silent, okay? I'm gonna toss the coin now. Okay, head or tail? Okay, which one? Angka? Gambar? Okay, gambar. Okay, picture. So your angka. It's a number, so you can choose whether you want to go first or you want to go second. Okay, so team 93 is going to present first. Okay, is this your slide? Is it right? Okay, can you next?
Until the end.
Until the end. Okay, so please set the timer. 3 minutes. Is it ready?
Yeah.
Okay, you can start the presentation now.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Our team want to present our study about metformin as adjunctive therapy in metastatic hormone-sensitive prostate cancer receiving androgen deprivation therapy, a systematic review and meta-analysis. Next. Okay, so this population, metastatic hormone-sensitive prostate cancer, is high burden in prevalence and mortality. ADT or androgen deprivation therapy remains the standard treatment but can cause metabolic effect. So metformin as a low-cost drug may reduce the potential metabolic effect from ADT. Therefore, this study investigates does adding metformin to ADT-based standard of care improve survival outcome, which is overall survival or progression-free survival in men with MHPC. Next. So the systematic review and meta-analysis was performed in adherence with PRISMA guideline and already registered in Prospero. The study used 3 databases and the endpoint was to investigate potential effect based on RCT study and potential association from post-hoc and observational study. The primary outcome were overall survival and progression-free survival, and after screening we include 7 studies.
Next. So this is the result. So we can divide into 2. The first one is on the right. So on the right is a primary result, and also on the right is the secondary or exploratory outcome. So the first one for the first outcome, main outcome, we investigated the overall survival and also progression-free survival, and found no significantly different between the 2 groups, and also that the risk of bias assessment was performed as well. And 4 studies received some concern, and also 3 studies received low quality of the study itself. And then for the secondary outcome, we measure several outcomes. For example, we done some sensitivity analysis for investigating the potential effect of the specific study, for example, like the large one of the study, and also to investigate other outcomes, for example, like cancer-specific survival, and also PSA response, and also adverse event that common in the metformin, which is diarrhea. Next. So for the discussion, RCT only meta-analysis didn't show statistically significant overall survival or progression-free survival benefit for the population. And then overall survival estimate was sensitive to individual study exclusion. For example, like the largest trial, it contribute to the higher number of the overall survival week itself. And then for secondary and exploratory outcome were also non-significant, including castration-resistant prostate cancer-free survival,
And then for the conclusion, adjunctive metformin didn't demonstrate a statistically significant improvement in overall survival or progression-free survival among men receiving IDT-based standard of care. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna have the debate session now. Please set a timer for 6 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. According with your conclusion, yeah, not significant. Yeah. And I think you don't understand about how to process, yeah, adjuvant, adjuvant is a therapy, yeah, adjuvant for cancer prostate. I asked you about how to process cancer, therapy cancer, adjuvant to adjuvant metformin to
okay, stop.
Cancer, yeah. Stop.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So the first one for the cancer itself, which is a prostate cancer, it's divided into the two degree, the non-advanced and also advanced. And the one of advanced is the hormone-sensitive prostate cancer, and the therapy is the androgen deprivation therapy itself. But the androgen deprivation itself is have several metabolic effect, for example, like weight gain and several metabolic effect, for example, like to the glucose and everything. And we're trying to add the adjuvant of the metformin itself is for mitigating that metabolic effect itself. So that not necessary to reduce the cancer itself, because the adjuvant treatment can have several effects, for example, for other effect like metabolic. And at the outcome we mentioned that we also make sure that the primary outcome is not to related to the cancer itself, but in the survival outcome, which is the overall survival and progression-free survival. Thank you.
I think it's very wrong your response because you know understand about the biomolecular of the cancer. Yeah. You must know about the chemical factor, yeah, in adjuvant, yeah, metformin. What, yeah, marker, yeah, and then what the marker of prostate cancer? You don't understand, and until your conclusion, yeah, is not significant. Okay, and then I also ask you about.
Okay, stop. Do you get the point yet?
Okay, yeah, please respond, mate.
So the first one, so it's necessary, it's two different things between the investigation of the marker of the cancer itself and the endpoint of the cancer, because it's focused on the endpoint of the clinical itself. It can be affected by other, and we acknowledge that in the discussion itself. And I think that's two different things from the studying the molecular pathway. But when we talk about the molecular pathway, I think that the metformin for adjuvant have the biological plausibility itself. For example, like the inhibiting several pathway in the cancer itself. But we did again, we didn't confirm that it can be anti-cancer for this. Yeah.
Okay. Your same response, and then make cancer until now have no drug to therapy of cancer. And I asked about how many volume, how many concentration of metformin you use, and you determine, yeah, in this article.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So for the dose of the metformin itself, the doses vary between the 800 milligram until 1000 milligram for the patient itself. And for the different of the doses itself, we also discussed in the discussion that there are a variety of the specific dose and also population based on the outcome itself. For example, like when we consider about the effect of the dose itself, the dose that higher have different, and also the population with diabetes also have different. So we consider that about the dose. So yeah.
Okay, this is very wrong also, because in systematic review must have same dose, yeah, same dose. Because you know that dose is connected with the with therapy, yeah, therapy, and if it is very different dose, also it affect to the therapy, yeah, and then same dose, yeah, same dose.
Okay, thank you. But as already we mentioned about the dose, we consider about the specific outcome for each dose. So the dose is not must be the same for this because that in the meta-analysis is usually there is a variety it's the matter of we deal with the variety itself, whether we make conclusion just one by one conclusion, or we attempt to maybe like understand and comprehending about the variety and then make conclusion based on specific variety itself. So I think that the dose itself is one of the variety, and we acknowledge that for the discussion.
Okay, you know that metformin is a drug, yeah, that's all effect to our body, yeah, it the increase of cancer. You must know in the toxicology, you must know about no obsessed effect level, yeah, how to make a dose of therapy, yeah, to effect to cancer but no effect to the other organ, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so exactly because of the systematic review and meta-analysis have the specific population, we don't consider about the other, even though we talk about cancer, we just mention about the specific type of the cancer itself, the prostate one, and then the advanced one, and then the advanced have two different type, which is the hormone sensitive, and also the second one is the castration resistant. We only consider the hormone sensitive. So this population that's specific, I think that because of the one cancer therapy and maybe the other have no effect, maybe like have different effect with the other population, I think that the consideration of population is justifiable for this case.
Okay, time's up for the debate. Okay, we're gonna take a break first for 1 minute, but please no discussion, no talking whatsoever. Okay, can you set the timer? Okay, break's over. So we're gonna have team 109 to present the presentation. So please, operator. Is this your slide? Correct? Okay, do you want to check it first until the end? Or no? Okay, no need. Okay, you can set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Good morning, everyone. I present my study next. According to International Agency for Research of Cancer, heavy metal is defined as carcinogenic, including the lead. Lead is widely used in industry, and one sector use lead is the automobile. Protection agent of lead exposure include personal PPE and engineering technology. However, there where the use cancer risk includes increasing cysteine consumption. Our focus in evaluating cysteine intake to reduce cancer risk in automobile painting. Next. This is my method. 100 workers measure cancer marker and interview food frequency questionnaire, and in this local painting automotive measure the lead. Next. In this study, the lead is high level, so the high level of lead in the body can use oxidative stress as seen from increased MDA and OHDG. This can result the decrease in the body antioxidant. Cysteine intake has been shown to be highly effective to reduce MDL level, which their chemical oxidative stress and level and cell damage caused by free radical. Because if cysteine under, this is several biological factors as dose and duration. Next. High level of lead exposure triggers several oxidative stress. Therapy triggered increased level of MDA and OHDG. Worker and company automotive repair is increase their consumption resting rates and Ministry of Health expected the development occupation health nutrients guidelines. Next.
Okay, time's up for the presentation. Now we will move to the debate session. So, operator, can you set the timer for 6 minutes? You will have 30 to ask the question, 30 seconds, and 1 minute to answer it. Ready, the timer? Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have a question here. I believe there is a discrepancy between your study design and with your title and your claim. First, because your study design is cross-sectional and your claim is causation. Second, you mentioned there is a supplementation in the title, but in the method there is no supplementation. What's your clarification for that?
I think with the cross-sectional study is very good because in the industry, also expose it, lead, and then if we look at the habit and their consumption, put risk of cysteine, it a good conclusion that cysteine in the food, cysteine food because they have chemical of S is strong antioxidant, can react with the free radical from the lead and can be decreased risk of cancer. Okay.
Thank you so much for the clarification, but I think that it doesn't answer the question because what we ask here is about the claim itself, whether the study design of the cross-sectional can support the claim of causation that you mentioned in the title itself, and also for the supplementation you mentioned in the title that there are some supplementation, but in the method you just assessing using the FFQ questionnaire, which is also that there is a measurement validity consideration
Okay,
about
stop.
that.
In the research with characteristics of inclusive and exclusive, he said to minimize the problem bias. Yes, and then because of the sample is very large, 150. I think it is a high conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. But I need to consider as well about the data that available in the study itself. The first one is because that you do the multiple linear regression, and the multiple linear regression must have assumption about the data normality itself, and also there is no collinearity between the data itself. And as you mentioned about the mediation in the title, because the mediation is not, we can maybe like connecting directly by regression one by one. We just have to modeling in the middle.
Please.
Okay, I think about dealing in the research, also, because the regression model, model, and then the conclusion is described of the modeling, they can increase of melandialdehyde and lavatoides and cysteine can increase of glutathione. I think it describe the function of cysteine to decrease risk of cancer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You mentioned about cysteine, right? But you also in the PowerPoint, you mentioned about cysteine. I think that it's two different things. The first one, for example, like the cysteine is fertile, and then the cysteine is the oxidized dimer, and also that there's a consideration as well about the uh, consistency in the manuscript itself. And I think, what do you think about cysteine or cysteine?
Cysteine, yeah. Cysteine is a precursor of glutathione, yeah. Cysteine or cysteine is a precursor of glutathione, yeah, because it's a content of sulfur, yeah. Sulfur has a negative atomic, and it can react with the free radical is a positive atomic, yeah, and it can neutralization, yeah, of the cancer, yeah. Thank you.
So I think that's several problems as well, especially about the measurement validity, as I mentioned about the FFQ, food frequency questionnaire. I think that you make imperative of the cysteine consumption is based on the FFQ itself, right? And then based on that, I think that this is weak in the term of the validity of the instrument itself to just considering about the one level. We must consider maybe like other variable that I mentioned there as well. What your justification about that?
There is that in a 5 day, yeah, 5 day, no, only one, yeah, 5 day, yeah. And then we look at the consistency of data, yeah, to the data. And when have a high conclusion, yeah, we look at in the formulation of regression. Thank you.
Okay, and also about the exposure itself, the exposure of the PB itself. I think that you just measure about the exposure, which is air measurement, right? It's not measure about the absorb and whether the exposure itself is different between the other worker, whether that they appear frequently or not. It's not mentioned. What do you think about that?
Okay, interested. You use the personal sampling, yeah. Every respondent as it used to it, measure concentration of lead, yeah, lead, yeah. No measure environmental, but personal sampling, yeah, personal. And I think with transparent, we can accurate, yeah, to determine the concentration of lead every respondent. Thank you.
Okay, time's up. Okay, we finished our match, and as you can see on the screen, that team 93 has a total score of 15, and team 109 has a total score of 4. So congratulations to team 93, you win the match. Okay, now before we part, we're gonna hear the feedback from the judges.
Okay. Maybe I just say something that we must remembering in this event that because each person is in one team, right? So remember to work as a team. I mean, each person have the same chance to attack and to defend. So I think each person also should working together and always try to balance each other. Hopefully in the next match, both of the team get better and keep going. Just that.
Okay, thank you so much for the judges and for the. Okay, moving on to our next match. We're gonna have team 59. Team 59, please sit on my left side. Yeah, please sit here. And team 3, please sit on my right side. Okay, I will explain to you again about the rules. That we're gonna have 2 rounds. Each round has 2 sessions, a presentation and a debate. And you will have 3 minutes to present the presentation and 6 minutes to do the debate. And you will have 30 seconds to ask the question and 1 minute to answer it. You cannot, please put your device away from the desk. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna toss the coin first to see who goes first. Head or tail? Head or tails? Yeah, tails. Okay, your hat is a hat, so you can choose whether you want to go first or second. Okay, you're gonna go first. So team 3 is gonna present first. Operator, please. Is this your slide, correct?
Yes.
Okay, please set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, hello everyone. Let us present our study. Next. Okay, imagine this is Andy, okay? He just enrolled in a university in Banten. He was born with HIV, okay? And his friend doesn't know it yet. At this age, the peers acceptance is really matter for him. So he think a lot about how their peers will know about HIV, how they feel about people like him, and how they get trusted information about that disease. Next. Okay, Banten carries 76% of Indonesian HIV burden. Is one of 11 provinces. So we measure about the youth knowledge and their attitude and what they get information from. Next. Okay, and this is a method of our study. The study design is a cross-sectional survey from Hafiz 2020, and the respondent is 134 first years undergraduate student with age 17 to 20 years, and we get the data collection about from the information source, HIV knowledge and HIV attitude, and we do a statistical analysis, and the study outcome will be informing to the University Task Force of Prevention and Handle of Sexual Violence Program design.
Okay, next. And this is the result of our study. As far as information sources, we can see that most students use internet as their primary source of information, yet their most trusted sources is not internet, but rather health worker. But only 6% turn to health workers as their primary source of information. This is the paradox that may later on inform the decision of the program design within the university itself. Next. We can also see here that the knowledge and attitude of the students, generally they score high in both parts with positive, significant, moderate, positive correlations between knowledge and positive attitude. As you can see in the experiments row, but when we see at the domains, at the attitude domains in particular, we can see that they score the lowest in the stigma domain. We acknowledge that it's a social desirability bias due to the questionnaire being self-administered, but it still yields this result. Next. After this study, this will serve as a baseline data for further study by Satgas PPKS in the school, maybe collaborating with the student affairs to know, to conduct a more rigorous study and inform that probably social media is the best way to intervene later on.
Okay, time's up. Yeah. Okay, thank you for presenting, and now we're moving on to the debate session. So please, can you set the timer for 6 minutes? Okay, you have 30 seconds to ask a question and 1 minute to answer. Okay, you can start now.
The first time your study is good, but you're mentioned in your limitation, you just use one university, right? How you can justify generalizing this finding to recommend campus HIV education strategies across border reserve student population?
So we have, as you can see in the recommendations that we did earlier, this study does not aim for generalizability in the larger population. This is very specific. We want to inform the task force for prevention and handling of sexual violence within the university, because a good program design also needs a good evidence to inform that.
Okay, but in your title you meant the location for the university, right? Maybe in the one place it have a different culture or access of internet and etc. It's different when we compare one campus and big campus. So how the your study can be applicable to the other population or university.
Okay, thank you. Since our primary object was on one university, just for the baseline data. So the next step is a larger study that will involve in multi-center, so we can get more representative from many different university area.
That's a good idea, but I found there are already a lot of publications in different cities in Indonesia, in general population or among healthcare workers, proving that lack of knowledge leads to stigmatization. They are already published a lot. So what is your novelty in this study? Why don't you just study maybe the HIV program implementation or something like that?
So the Task Force for Sexual Handling and Prevention, or Satgas PPKS, just to be concise, is a pretty new regulation. It was only enforced in 2021, and many universities are still struggling with implementation. Some even hasn't started yet. So this is a baseline study precisely because there has been no intervention at all. There is nothing to evaluate, and we want to collect that data. So we're not claiming any novelty. As you can see, there are already many out there, but we're trying, there is a gap that we want to fill in which the baseline data is non-existent in this particular population.
Talking about gaps that you want to fill, you note in your limitations that your instrument requires further validation. How do you justify recommending institutional policy changes for the Satgas PPKS using an unvalidated questionnaire?
Okay, we acknowledge that the instrument was originally developed from different population, right? So, but they have a close age gap. And then there were explicit state in our limitation that further validation should be generated in the university student, specifically on the university student.
Okay, just to add to that, so the actual next step of what we should do is actually generate a more robust research, preferably with total sampling and with validated questionnaires, so that we can have the full picture for what is actually happening in the university to inform the program decision. So it's not like informing the policy, not shaping the policy right away, but rather informing the policy.
Your table 1 states that most of the students has positive and very positive attitudes, or they're in this big positive group, but only a very little students, a few students in the negative attitude group. Since there is virtually no variation in your attitude data, how do you confidently claim there is a meaningful relation exists from knowledge to...
Stop. Okay, so the primary outcome of this, there are like two distinct analysis that we did here. The first is the Spermensura, which analyze a continuous data. As we can see in the knowledge and attitude questionnaire, we get the sum and mean of the score of the questionnaire, and then we have the categorical data in which those continuous we categorize, and then we run Fisher's exact. So for the Spermensura, which is continuous, the power is adequate to run that, and the result is significantly correlated, right? But the Fisher's exact, exactly because of that limitation, the Fisher's exact is not significant. So we hold on to the primary outcome of the result, that there is a significant positive correlation, and as for the categorical, there needs to be future study with larger sample size.
I just want to, about the previous question, actually I want to ask, don't you think it's just a massive scaling effect, because the group is just, it's so big, and compared to the other group it's too small, it's a scaling effect.
Yeah, absolutely, there is actually a ceiling effect. And that's precisely why the questionnaire needs to be validated further. It can be the sample issues or the instrument issues, both of which we have already stated as the limitation, and for future directions, those should be addressed appropriately. So yeah, the questionnaire actually have that ceiling effect, which we don't have space to provide in the poster. But yeah, the questionnaire has a ceiling effect, and that's why it needs to be further refined and validated in this particular population.
Okay, actually time's up. Okay. Okay, as you can see on the screen, that your total score for team 59 is 11, and team 3 is 10. So, congratulations to team 59 that you win the match. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, this is too much match. I'm so sorry, judges. Too many matches. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We're gonna take a break for 1 minute. Okay, I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. Okay, we're gonna take a 1 minute break. No talking, no discussion. Okay, 1 minute. Start. Okay, break's over. So we're gonna move to the second presentation from team 59. So this is your slide, correct? Okay, you have 3 minutes, and you can set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dani and Felicia from UGM. We'll present our study about optimizing community tuberculosis screening. As we know, Indonesia is high TB. Next, as we know, Indonesia is high TB burden with TB case and ranks secondly globally. One approach is community active case finding using portable X-ray with AI, but this tool lacks sensitivity and specificity for effective HCF, which likely contributing to both misdiagnosis and unnecessary diagnostic testing. To address this, we aim to develop and validate a clinical scoring algorithm to improve TB finding in community. Next, the method, we use data from the active case finding by Zero TB project, use the adult that have AI score clinical data gen expert, and we analyze the data using multivariate logistic regression on the clinical predictor and the AI X-ray score. Then we convert B coefficient into a scoring system, then validated the diagnostic accuracy using 10-fold cross-validation. Next, the result, there is the 7 predictors selected for final scoring, and when the validate this AUC is high, which the value is 0.97. Then next, the table 2, next please. The table 2 is the scoring we get, and when we use the scoring to the data, number 1 is our scoring system. From the baseline, you just looking for point 1 and point 2, and we compare our scoring system can decrease the expert test required with the high yield of TB. So with this study, the finding is next. Thank you. The finding is we can translate the complex multivariate regression model into a field level in easy to use and resource efficient triage tool. And for the public health impact, this study can recommend SCF protocol modification to prioritize high-risk individual debt testing to reduce the field logistic and cost. Then next step, we can study along about this scoring, right? Because there today we have the machine learning or etc. Can we use to validating more the scoring for the next study?
Time is up.
Okay.
We're gonna move to the debate session. Please set the timer for 6 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, the study design is a cross-sectional study, right? Which is the principle can establish time orders. Cannot establish time orders. But when you analyze using multivariate regression, it generates predictor which assume temporality. Okay, and then it's meaning that the symptom precedes gen expert confirmations. And then how you answer that in the field that when the data was input, the gen expert result come after the symptoms.
Stop, please.
What I understand is that this is a cross-sectional study, that's correct. So in active case finding activity, we ask the symptoms, and then we, for the presumptive TB, we get the sputum sample and tested them for gene expert. And then we collect the data, and this is the result.
Okay, so that baseline data, the cross-sectional data that you collected, the retrospective, relies on case finding that follows that particular order. When we look at the implementation itself, there are so many literature saying that documentation practice are not equal. Like sometimes they receive the gene expert first, and then the doctor sort of like confirm if the symptoms actually exist, because this is case finding. Like sometimes they
Okay, stop.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what happened in other places, but this is our own project. So we have our own nurses, we have our own funding. Yeah, so we do this, and the documentation is done correctly. So symptoms before gene expert testing. So you don't have to worry about that.
So the generalizability, when the model was developed using active case finding, right, data from Jogja, so how the generalizable is the scoring system when we test it on the different region?
We would recommend the result to be implemented, yes, in the same settings, in the prevalence according to the prevalence in Yogyakarta, which is lower than most of the districts in Indonesia. So we do not recommend generalization using this data directly. That's why the next steps we said we want to implement the study in other epidemiological settings first.
Yeah, I think what we see is that since these models are built in Yogyakarta with high resource, there probably is a training there for clinician and community health workers. Then the model is fit for Yogyakarta, but when we shift it a little bit to under-resourced area, it's not just the prevalence rate, but also regarding the resource. Then the model will have to change. How do you define that model?
Okay, stop.
Actually, if we want to implement it into other places, the scoring system is very easy to use. You only have to ask, do you have cough? Do you have fever? Things like that. And then the chest X-ray AI score, it will be displayed in your computer. So you just have to do the X-ray, and then the result will be there. And then you can just input the score. So it's very easy, like 1 + 1 is 2.
I think the notion that you just mentioned that 1+1 is 2 is sort of like it's just there is a underlying complexity in other regions outside of Yogyakarta, which has like low resource and it might not be as easy even just to have a community health worker to do such thing, and even the case finding might be lower because of the masking effect of just low activity in the first place.
What we understand is that, the scoring system is very simple. The healthcare workers even can do that, but they don't have access to the chest x-ray. This scoring system is specifically designed for the puskesmas with chest x-ray with AI. So for puskesmas who doesn't have x-ray, it's not supposed to be implemented using our scoring system.
So I think that actually makes the conclusion that you mentioned, that this will empower PHC and this will safeguard essential diagnosis capacity building in high burden setting, is actually a generalizability that you cannot claim because of the single site with the specificity to Yogyakarta.
Yeah, I see the valid information that you provide. We cannot just directly use this scoring system to the whole high burden places in Indonesia. This is created in Yogyakarta using Yogyakarta data with prevalence which is different from other cities. That's right, but
yeah,
our study is still valid, showing that
yeah.
Not recommended directly to be used by other places. We want to implement it in other settings first.
Okay, time's up. Yeah, for now it's real right now. It's over, the match. Okay, as you can see from the screen, that team 59 has a total score of 22 and team 3 has a total score of 18. So congratulations to team 59 that you win this match. Now we will hear feedback from the judges.
I think this is the last match that interesting enough, right? Yeah, even all of you is, I think Mbak Felicia, really soft spoken. Even, yeah, I really appreciate that. Really soft spoken, but you always try to defend and attack with your way, I mean, but it's nice. I think both of you already tried to working together as a team and it's good. So keep going for the next match and keep the motivation. Chayo.
Congratulations. Actually, yes, but they are standing up already, so. Now we are even, Bu Wasit. This is like a very easy to get trapped into a certain thought. That you think about some issue and then you don't think that that issue is solved, and then you get stuck in that and you want to ask the same question again and again. If you feel that way later, both of the teams, please move on.
Yeah, I think just try to focus in the key point. I always say the key point of the question and the key point to answer. The left side, for example, the left side is attack, you try to defend. Just keep going on that, not too wide, too broad.
Yeah, and that's right. If you don't really understand the question is about, then you let's just go with what you understand, and that's a great strategy. Yeah, you can take a note on that.
Thank you so much for the judges and the participants. Okay, congratulations once again. Now you can take a break for now for about 30 minutes before our next schedule. Right? 30 minutes, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, that's a change. A change that you have 20 minutes. 20. 20, not 30. Okay, team 4. Okay, we're gonna start our next match. Can I please have team 108 sit on my left side? And team 4 sit on my right side. Okay. Yeah, my name is Gwen and I will be your referee for today's match. I will explain it to you again about the rules. That we're gonna have 2 rounds. Each round has the 2 sessions. The first one is a presentation and then the debate. For the presentation, we will have 3 minutes to present the slides, and then the debate we're gonna have 6 minutes, 30 seconds to ask the question, and then 1 minute to answer the question. Okay, everyone's understand, right? Okay, I'm gonna toss a coin first to see who goes first. Okay, head or tail? Tail. It's a hat, so you can choose whether you want to go first or want to go second. Go first. Okay, so team 4 is going to present first. Operator. Is this your slide? Do you want to check it first until the end? Or it's okay? Okay. You will have 3 minutes. Please set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, maternal undernutrition remains a major challenge in many low and middle income countries. It contributes to poor fetal growth and adverse birth outcomes. To address this, the World Health Organization recommends balanced energy protein or BEP supplementation for undernourished pregnant women. While previous studies have shown that BEP supplementation improves birth and maternal outcomes, an important question remains unclear. That is, does timing of supplementation influence infant anthropometric outcomes? To address this, we conducted systematic review and meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials evaluating BEP supplementation during preconception, pregnancy, and postpartum period. Next, we searched PubMed Scopus Cochrane Central Database through December 2024. 29 articles from 22 RCT conducted in low-middle income countries were included. The studies were grouped according when supplementation was initiated. It is before conception, during early trimester of pregnancy, during late pregnancy, or during postpartum period. Overall, next, BEP supplementation improved infant anthropometric, but the magnitude of the benefits is different according to the timing. For length outcome, supplementation initiated at preconception resulting in significantly greater improvement than in third trimester. For length for AZ score, both preconception and second trimester supplementation of BEP produce significantly greater improvement than postnatal supplementation. And for birth weight, larger effects were observed among studies initiating supplementation during third trimester. Next, so different anthropometric outcomes respond to this different window of nutritional intervention. The earlier supplementation appears more beneficial for length and length for HZ score, whereas later supplementation may have greater influence on birth weight. In conclusion, our research review highlights the question. It's not only whether BEP supplementation works, but also when it should be provided. And understanding the timing of supplementation may help improve future maternal nutrition program and maximize the benefits for the infants. Thank you.
Okay, you still have like 30 seconds. You already, okay, done? Okay, thank you so much, team 4. We're gonna move to the debate session. We're gonna have 6 minutes. Okay, so you can ask the question for 30 seconds and 1 minute to answer. Unfortunately, one for me and one for you. Okay, the timer is ready. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. First, I think this systematic review is actually not properly properly reported, since Prisma should follow a Prisma protocol where you report the transparency of the study you use, and then the study you select, and then the study that you finally use. What's the justification of this?
Okay, actually we have already built the Prisma diagram, but on this poster and presentation we only show that we have included the 1,000 something of recorded article from 3 databases that we included from PubMed, Cochrane, and also one Scopus. Okay.
Yeah, so actually we have done based on Prisma guidelines from the screening process until the extraction and the included process. From the screening process, we have screened more than 1,400 articles, and then we go for the extracting process. We look for the title, abstract, and then full text articles. We screen for 59 articles, and then we exclude it because there are some studies has wrong outcomes, wrong study design.
Stop. Yeah. The second, I saw in your presentation and your poster and the data source is insufficient because you only searching the reference from PubMed, Cochrane Library, and the Scopus. Because based on your data, your title, you want to evaluate in low and middle income. So I would suggest you including the repository data, because low and middle income is not sufficient to pay the APC for the Scopus or the PubMed. Also, I think there are a lot of data in Indonesia cannot access by the three of the data source. So I suggest you to, and then I think the data.
Okay, so
yeah.
Actually, most of the study country that we included in this meta-analysis have researchers maybe from outside of the country, and so it is not because they cannot pay the Scopus, PubMed, or Cochrane. I think the third database is appropriate to search for most of the studies that we included here. We also hand search of studies using a citation and using published articles. So I don't think we are lack of studies. We have lack of searching. We have searching 3 big database, and we think it represent all the maternal BEP supplementation studies.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask, the study actually doing from low and middle income countries women, but you did not consider the class of its own women. I mean, in lower and middle income country, there's women that are from high class of income and low class of income. But in the study, I don't see that you consider those background into your analysis.
We see something different in our included studies because all of our study included from lower and middle income countries. Most of the population included here tend to be homogeneous. They tend to be in a low limited resource setting, low economic setting. So maybe there's just small number of population that has high economic status. What we found is the other point is not like that. Most of our included population is in poor condition from economical perspective. I think.
Then for article review, I think we need to qualify
and risk of the bias assessment, but you don't mention in your study. So that I think it must be clear before we conclude this study. Okay. How to analyze the bias?
Okay, so actually we written on the method. We assess the publication bias using the ROB Cochrane 2. Basically we independently assess every article that included in the systematic review. So total in 29 articles we assess that. So after we have already finished assess individually, we just compare and discuss which is our assessment are correct or not. So
Okay, considering
Okay, time's
this
up. Okay, for this debate session, the first debate session is over. After this, before we get to the round 2, we're going to take a break first for 1 minute. Please no discussion and no talking. So yeah, can you share? Okay, 1 minute. Okay, break's over. We're gonna move to our second presentation from team 108. Is this your slide?
Can we check?
Okay, please check until the end.
Okay, next. Okay. 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 Okay.
Okay. So you have 3 minutes to present, and can you please set a timer for 3 minutes? Okay, you can start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we would like to present our study about calcium chloride concentration, affects Sonchus arvensis callus biomass, morpho-anatomical character, metabolite profile, and bioactivity. Next. Okay, Sonchus arvensis is a medicinal plant rich in diverse bioactive metabolites with important pharmacological properties. However, there are several limitations in traditional cultivation, such as seasonal and geographical variation, environmental influence, low and inconsistent metabolite yield, and overharvesting and sustainability issues. Therefore, we are using callus culture of Sonchus arvensis treated with calcium chloride. Calcium chloride here acts as an essential nutrient and signaling molecule, thus it can improve the metabolite profile of Sonchus arvensis callus. Next. These are the methods that we use. So first, we induce callus from leaves explant. It is induced for 28 days, and then after we obtain the callus, we treat it with calcium chloride treatment. The treatment are 0, 1, 3, 6, and 9 millimolar of calcium chloride. And then the callus were incubated for 5 weeks. The data that we analyze is biomass analysis, morpho-anatomical characterization, intracellular calcium imaging, and molecular docking. The callus then extracted and used for GCMS analysis, antioxidant assay, and anti-DNV assay. The data were analyzed statistically using ANOVA and post-hoc test with p-value less than 0.05.
Next. The results show that the calcium chloride treatment affect the morphological characters, biomass, calcium accumulation, metabolic profile, and the bioactivity. Calcium chloride treatment promote callus growth, change color from greenish until brown, and then enhance intracellular calcium ion accumulation, and then alter metabolic profile increasing abundance several compounds. 1 millimolar calcium chloride enhance antioxidant activity and anti-DNG potential. Overall, the optimal concentration is 1 millimolar based on the dry weight, calcium accumulation, and the bioactivity. However, 6 millimolar, so higher fresh weight and the metabolic profile abundant. Next, based on the result, we can conclude that calcium chloride is effective strategy to enhance growth and then metabolic production and then the bioactivity. And then the concentration 1 millimolar calcium chloride provide favorable balance between growth and the bioactivity. Next. The result of the study has potential to apply in metabolic production industry for pharmaceutical purpose and the seed production industry for conservation.
Yeah, stop,
Thank you.
please. Okay, thank you, Team 108 for the presentation. We're gonna move to the debate. We're gonna have 6 minutes, 30 seconds to ask the question and 1 minute to answer the question. Okay, 6-minute timer. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, so I think there is no reason you choose Sancus arfensis because you mentioned about dengue, because there are currently no randomized control trial evaluating Sancus arfensis for dengue and its anti-dengue activity and it has not been verified in humans. So given absence of clinical evidence, your selection of Sancus arfensis for in your research is, I think, yeah, it's not possible.
We choose the plant because we have in repository at Airlangga University, this plant used anti-dengue treatment in Madura Island before the WHO give the for standard formula drug for the anti-dengue patient. So that's why we choose Sancus arfensis. Sancus arfensis is known in Jawa as tempuyung. It's the 7th popular plant medicinal. Contain a lot of flavonoid that support antioxidant capacity that improve the immunity of the patient. Not really how to attack against the virus, but based on our result in this in vitro study, the extract is inhibit of the cell.
Yeah, but that study you mentioned is not some RCT or clinical trials or randomized that's evaluating the Sancus arfensis for its effect on dengue. Why didn't you choose other medicinal plants that already have stronger preclinical and clinical evidence, such as maybe papaya leaf extract? There are so many preclinical studies on those plants, and so the scientific rationale and added value of investigating the plant with much weaker evidence base you mentioned before. So yeah, why didn't you choose something?
Okay, so actually the research that we done is to explore the potential of other plants outside of what that have been tested. So here our research provide a new and novel. We choose a new plant that have never been explored before, and we show that this is the alternative plant that can be used for anti-dengue treatment.
Yes, and then the technology is offering to explore the technology for metabolic production, not only for anti-dengue. Anti-dengue just only to test the effect of the treatment to the bioactivity. And then I think we must look forward about the potential of the technology of tissue culture for production, for metabolic production, in the term of the Sancus arfensis plant, because Sancus arfensis actually has a lot of potential.
Yeah, let's move to your mention about the technology. So you elicited the Sancus by calcium chloride. So I think many bioactive secondary metabolites are naturally induced by biotic or abiotic stress, like insect herbivory. Why don't you try to use this biological stress to induce compound, not CaCl2. What's unique
Okay,
about
stop.
CaCl2?
Okay, so calcium chloride is actually an essential nutrient that are already present in the basal media. Here we are going to optimize the concentration of calcium chloride that can induce the metabolite profile. So additionally, there's already a research that show calcium able to induce the pathway of stress. So in here, we are not stating eliciting, but we are optimizing the concentration of calcium chloride so it can improve the metabolite profile, not by elicitation. But there's already a study that showed the pathway that calcium is able to induce the pathway of stress mechanism.
Yes, actually calcium chloride is the micronutrient in the term of the media of tissue culture. Why we use calcium chloride? Because the important role in the secondary, like a transduction signal of the in the life system. So that's why we choose calcium, and then we want to know the mechanism.
Okay, stop.
Okay. Actually, many studies have already demonstrated metabolic enhancement using calcium chloride. So what's unique about your study? Why didn't you choose another illicit like salicylic acid, mannitol, and PEG, which has been shown that more powerful to elicit some compounds that you want to in your study?
Okay, it's going back to the genetic of plant. Every plant species have a unique genetic that responds differently to the calcium chloride. And if you say that there's so many plants already treated by calcium chloride, but the effect of it and its mechanism in Sonchus arvensis plant is still not explored yet.
Yes, that's why we conduct this research. And then I think I'm curious about how many study about calcium chloride in the tissue culture, because never report. I think because this I think we must correlate it with the how the growth and the development of the plant, the mechanism. I think we must look forward how to calcium influence not only metabolic production, but how if the calcium is follow or influence the mechanism of the cell.
Okay, that's it for our match, our first match of the session. So as you can see from the score on the screen, that Team 108 has a total score of 12 and Team 4 has a total score of 15. So congratulations, Team 4, that you win this match. And before we part, we've got the judges to give some feedbacks.
Thank you so much. We really enjoyed the discussion and actually the nice debates, very proper and very polite. This is good. And the reason I really appreciate, because you guys come from two different backgrounds, one from medicine and the other one is from plant, but yet you guys can actually ask good questions, although it's not your actual field. So I'm sure you guys have done so many homework to really find out, what's the latest in plants research and what's the latest research in the medicine. So I congratulate all groups, and hopefully this will give you good experience. And basically science is about reading the evidence and how to interpret based on the data without any overclaim. Again, congratulations, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again for Team 4. Okay. We're still waiting for the other teams, for your opponent. You can take a break. Okay, to begin our next match, we will have. Okay, we will have Team 28. Team 28, please sit on my left side. And Team 104. Team 104, please sit on my right side.
Is it my partner, my colleague?
Okay. Okay, everyone. My name is Gwen, and I will be your referee for your match. Okay. I will explain the rule for you again. You have 2 rounds, and each round has 2 sessions. The first is presentation, which you will have 3 minutes to present, and then the debate. You have 6 minutes, and it's 30 seconds to ask the question, and then 1 minute to answer the question. And after that, before we get to the next round, we're gonna take a break for 1 minute, but please no discussion and no talking. Okay, and just stay still on your seat. I will toss the coin first to see who goes first. Okay, hat or tail? Hat and tails? Okay, it's a hat, so you can choose whether you want to go first or second. Okay, so team 104 is gonna present their presentation first. Is this your slide, correct?
Yes.
Do you want to check it first until the end?
No.
Okay, okay. And set a timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. This is our study about first trimester hemoglobin concentration predict anemia risks despite multiple micronutrient supplementation. Slide. Multiple micronutrient supplementation is a promising intervention for preventing anemia during pregnancy. However, in most real-world implementation settings, MMS is often initiated during the second trimester, limiting the total number of supplements received throughout pregnancy. This raises an important question. If pregnant women begin MMS supplementation in the first trimester and consequently receive a greater number of MMS tablets, would higher MMS consumption reduce the risk of anemia in late pregnancy? To address the question, we conducted a longitudinal study involving 655 pregnant women who initiated MMS supplementation during the first trimester. Slide. We doing logistic regression analysis and adjustment for potential confounder like first trimester hemoglobin concentration, gestational age, interpregnancy interval, and purity. This analysis allowed us to determine whether higher consumption of MMS tablet is associated with a lower risk of anemia in the third trimester, independent of key maternal and reproductive factor. Our findings showed that the number of MMS tablets consumed was not significantly associated with the risk of third trimester anemia. In contrast, first trimester hemoglobin concentration emerged as a significant predictor of anemia status in late pregnancies. Women with higher hemoglobin level in first trimester has 63% less likely to get anemia. Our findings suggest that maternal hemoglobin status in early pregnancy plays a critical role in determining anemia risk during the third trimester. This result highlights the importance of ensuring adequate iron and micronutrient status before conception and during early pregnancy. Therefore, MMS should be initiated as early as possible, ideally before pregnancy occurs. Thank you.
You still have like 30 seconds. You want to finish it? Okay. Okay, we're going to move to the debate. We're going to have 6 minutes to do the debate. Okay, 30 seconds to ask and 1 minute to answer. You can start. And please, a 6 minutes timer. Ready? Okay, you can start.
Sorry? Yeah. You can start now.
Okay, I would like to ask about the sample size of your study. You mentioned that your study have 600, right? And 50 of the pregnant woman. This is quite huge. How do you determine or calculated the sample size? It based on what, I mean? And then do you have confounding in your sample size? And or
Okay,
your
stop.
Okay, thank you for your question. So the way we calculate the sample size, so we use the G power calculation, something like that, the application, and then we consider about the expected result that could be reduced 2% in the sample size. So when we calculated that the sample size, we end up with that we have enough power, which is enough power to conclude this, how to say this study. And then in order to, regarding the question about the confounding variable, so actually, as my friend just stated, that we adjust our model by considering about the gestational age of the mother, as we know that increase the gestational age, meaning that the hemoglobin level is also increased, so that's why we adjust for that. Also, we adjust about.
Okay, stop.
Okay, so there is no confounding of your, from your research, right? Like you mentioned before, or if yes, do you have any adaptation, or how do you eliminate it if you have the confounding of your research?
Okay, yeah, that's why we say that the way we adjust for the confounding, and there is no confounding, because when we adjust our model and then we end up with the, how to call this, trimester hemoglobin level at the first trimester is the independent, how to call this one? Yeah, that's a significant predictor, so that's why we say that. Yeah, I think that's all from me.
Okay, I want to ask a question. So I noticed in the methods the MMS consumption was estimated using return barrel and MCHB. And how confident are you that this is actually reflect the supplement intake rather than an actual supplement intake? That's my question.
Yeah, I think you're asking about the compliance, so that's why we have two methods in order to check the compliance. First, we repackage the multiple micronutrient supplementation, which is provided in the 180 tablet per bottle, and then we split those tablet into 30 tablet per bottle, and then we ask our sample to write in their maternal book, buku KIA, when they consume the tablet, and also we ask them to bring back the bottle to the, how to call this, puskesmas, so when we calculate the missing tablet from the bottle. So that's why in order to make sure whether they really consume their tablet or no. Yeah, but again, we still have it's not really convincing, because actually we have to really make sure whether this tablet really they consume the intake.
Okay, and is it possible that the finding of this study are affected by these complaints?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
You are really not confident about the complaints, right? And is it possible that these study results is affected by the complaints?
Yeah, I would say yes, because when we check the tablet that missing from the bottle, and we found that actually the mean intake of the the mean intake of MMS consumption, which is 115, and so that's why we say that it's a bit higher compared to the national data of iron folic acid supplementation, which is the only 20 majority. Sorry, not majority, but about only 20% of a pregnant woman consume more than 90 tablets, and then in our study we found that the consumption above 115 tablets. So.
Okay, based on your finding of the research, you mentioned that the total number of MMS consumed show no significant rise, but that in the third semester, while the first semester of HB level serve as a strong predictor factor, how it could be happen? Can you be more specific and more detailed about that? How it can be happen based on your finding?
If I understand your question correctly, you asking about whether the total MMS consumption significantly improved the. Yeah, not significantly improved. They still have a contribution in order to, in the hemoglobin level, but it's not significant. And because we end up with the first trimester is a strongest predictor, because you know the hemoglobin. How to call this? Yeah, hemoglobin level in the first trimester is. Let me think. Oh yeah, a stronger predictor because a woman who already have a really good hemoglobin level in the first trimester will meaning that they already have stored.
Time's up. Okay, we finished the debate session for the first round, and now we're gonna take a break for 1 minute. But please no discussion. Okay, 1 minute timer start. Okay, break's over. We're gonna move to the second round with team 28 to present their presentation. Is this your slides? Okay, do you want to check it first? Okay, please, next. Next. Okay, you're gonna have 3 minutes to present it, and 3 minutes timer. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, now we're gonna present our presentation research about diagnostic accuracy of next generation sequencing for HIV-1 drug-resistant mutation analysis. Next slide, please. HIV is a silent pandemic. Million people are relying on drugs to suppress its effect, and this is a rising efficacy rate where the disease can driving to treatment to be failed. And this is why we need a precision medicine imperative where the accurate identification of drug-resistant mutation is required. And nowadays, the gold standard is Sanger sequencing. But the Sanger sequencing itself have limited detection for low-frequency minority variants or under 20% threshold. That's why we're proposing using targeted next-generation sequencing that have high sensitivity for low abundance drug-resistant mutation or low frequency low frequency minority variance. So our objective is to evaluate performance of NGS accuracy for HIV drug resistant mutation and profile based on the gold standard Sanger sequencing. Next slide, please. Okay, our method is we use 60 HIV sample that the 30 is resistant, the 30 is sensitive, and we compare the Sanger sequencing and nanopore sequencing results, and the results will be interpreted using Stanford HIV-DP. The accuracy that we observed, there are their drug resistant mutation, sensitivity, and specificity.
Yeah, as a result, we found that the NGS can detect more mutation than the Sanger sequencing. As an example, for the reverse transcriptase non-nucleotide transferase inhibitor, nanopore sequencing can detect up to 75 of the drug-resistant mutation than the Sanger sequencing, which only can detect 71. On the diagnostic accuracy, the region of the pol gene, we can see that the sensitivity and specificity of the region of the pol gene is quite good enough, more than 80% in threshold 1 up to 20%. Next slide, please. For diagnostic accuracy in individual drug-resistant profile, we also found the same result. Almost the sensitivity and specificity in all drugs resistant is good enough, more than 80% of the sensitivity and specificity. And slide, please. As a conclusion, the accuracy of NGS nanopore sequencing give a strong confidence to Sanger sequencing. Therefore, it is reliable as a tool for detecting HIV drug resistance in surveillance and also in clinical setting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move on to the debate. We're going to have 6 minutes to the debate, 30 seconds to ask the question and 1 minute to answer. Okay, 6-minute timer. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, I want to ask, NGS can be reliable as tool for detecting more sensitive HIV DR, but how about the cost? Yeah, are it's more cheap or more expensive if we compare with the Sanger? Thank you. Okay, how about the cost of the NGS? Actually, this is the partial result, partial study. This is the second objective of our study. In the third objective, we want to look at how about the costing of the genomic NGS for detecting HIV drug resistance. Based on the calculation, preliminary calculation, the NGS will give the cost effectiveness based than the Sanger sequencing based on our preliminary costing, but it's still in the progress after this finding of the diagnostic accuracy. So it is still calculating and at the end we can give the recommendation maybe about the costing for the policy making of also for the clinical service.
Okay, stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You compare the. I didn't see the the novelty in your research because you just compare the nano. I'm sorry to say, but maybe you can explain more. Yeah, because you just compare the nanopore and the Sanger sequencing, and then I think it's a literature already stated that how nanopore is more, let's say.
Okay, stop.
So this study is, if we look at the literature review, you can see that nanopore is rarely used for HIV studies. So actually, this study is one of the new study for HIV itself, especially in the diagnostic accuracy.
Actually, based on our references and also from the WHO recommendation, nanopore is stated as the one of the
one of the tools for the drug-resistant mutation, but many literature didn't say that how about the accuracy of the nanopore sequencing. They also state that we have already used for the HIV drug resistant, but not even one reference is state that about the accuracy of the nanopore sequencing.
Other study can implement it well in Indonesia after what you found that we know Indonesia is lack of fund and facilities. Sanger is that was implemented in Indonesia well, so we have the facilities, but your study is new. How it can be implemented in Indonesia?
Cost effectively, if we are mirroring with other virus or bacteria, we can see that actually nanopore is more cheaper in labor, in the sample size. We can can be more implemented than Sanger. We know that Sanger is have a long labor, like have a more labor. So this is for me. Thank you.
I want to add the data from the Ministry of Health. Actually, nanopore sequencing platform in Indonesia is more than quite easy, and then it's quite a big. I mean, almost 60 platform in Indonesia right now. So Sanger sequencing. Actually, it's only if I'm not wrong, it's only 10 or 20 platform in here.
In your find, NGS is very sensitive. Yeah. How you can handle the positive false with using the NGS? NGS is very sensitive. How this can handle the positive false? False positive. I mean, you're wrong. That thank you.
Can I? Yeah. That's why we want to look at deep about the detection of the NGS in several thresholds. So we can we can prevent the false positive of the nanopore sequencing, because the sensitivity of the nanopore sequencing is quite good, right? But we have to settle we have to conclude what is the best optimum threshold in here to detect protease, to detect reverse transcriptase mutation, to detect integrase mutation. What is the best optimum threshold? That's actually we do in our research. So based on the conclusion, the PR and RT can be optimal on the threshold 20%, but in integrase it's optimal in 10% threshold. That's why we
time's up.
We avoid the
Stop,
false
please.
negative.
Okay, we have finished this match, and wait. Okay, as you can see the score, that Team 28 has a total point of 14 and Team 104 has a total point of 12. So congratulations to Team 28, you win this match. And we're gonna hear the feedbacks from our judges.
Thank you. The topic from each team are equally important, and it all comes down to the practicality. So I'm sure both groups actually offer something new that can be practiced in the field. With the issue about compliance, that's very important. You don't want them to be sold out in the market; they have to consume it themselves. But also when it comes to costs, I was hoping that the team will ask how many tests you have to run in order to get it cheap. I was waiting for that kind of question, but. Something that's always been an issue with Indonesia. Indonesia is a huge market, and I'm sure it has to be done properly. The cost should be cheaper, right? But of course, I'm going to leave it to the other teams to question you for the next round. Okay, but congratulations to all of you. Good job, guys. Thank you.
Thank
you so much, judges. Thank you. Thank you, participant. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to go to our next match. Team 3. Where's team 3? Okay, you can see it in here on my left side. And team 103, you see it on my right side. Okay, my name is Gwen and I will be your referee for your match right now. And I will explain to you the rules again, and we will gonna have 2 rounds. Each round has 2 sessions, which is a presentation and a debate. The presentation, you will have 3 minutes to present it, and then the debate session will last 6 minutes. You have 30 seconds to ask the question, and then 1 minute to answer it. And then we're gonna take a break before we get to our second round for 1 minute, but please no discussion and no talking. And now I'm gonna toss the coin to see who goes first. Okay, head or tail? Oh. Okay, tail and hat? It's a tail, so you can choose whether you want to go first or second. Okay, so team 3 will go first to present the presentation. Is this your slide? Correct? You want to check it first to the end? Okay, you have 3 minutes, 3 minutes timer, ready? Okay, you can start now.
Okay, hello everyone, let us present our study. Next. Imagine, this is Andy. Andy, he just enrolled, entering university in Banten. He born with HIV. At this stage, the acceptance from their peers are really important. And then they have a lot of questions about how their peers think about the disease he has, and then how they feel about people like him, and how they get trusted information about that disease. Next. Banten carries 76% of Indonesian HIV burden. Is one of 11 provinces that carries HIV case. So we measure that their knowledge, their attitude, and where they get information from. Next. Our study is using a cross-sectional survey from Hafiz 2020 with 134 first-year undergraduate students aged 17 until 20 years. So we do the data collection about information search, HIV knowledge, and HIV attitude. And we do statistical analysis, and the study outcome will informing to the University Task Force of Prevention and Handling of Sexual Violence Program Design.
All right, next. So here's the result regarding the information sources. We can see here that most students actually turn to internet as their primary source of information, but only 6% actually claim it as the most trusted source. Meanwhile, the most trusted source is actually the healthcare workers, but only 6% actually turn to a healthcare worker to gain information. So this can inform like how the intervention can be in the future for the task force. Next. And then overall, when we look at the knowledge and attitude scores, generally students exhibit good knowledge and favorable attitude toward people living with HIV, with a significant moderate positive correlation as reflected in the Spearman's row. But when we look at the subdomains, actually, we can see here that the attitude subdomain stigma is still the lowest. Even when we know that with questionnaire there is a social desirability bias, but still, even with that, stigma is performing the lowest. Next. So this result can be a baseline data for future more robust studies conducted by Satgas PPKS, the task force, and the student affairs, collaborating with maybe healthcare professionals to inform like future program design and intervention. Next, so that students like Andy can feel accepted and supported.
Okay, thank you so much, Team 3. We're gonna head to the debate session. We're gonna have 6 minutes. Okay, 30 seconds to ask and 1 minute to answer. 6 minutes timer. Okay, you can start now.
Okay. In your research, there's small sample size and just from single study. How do you justify generalization to until you can say that you can inform this to Satgas, considering the sample size is quite low, just assuming that maybe 10, because it is for Satgas in university, but your sample is just margin of error 5% or a confidence interval 95%. It actually
okay, stop.
Need minimum 300.
That's why this is actually that's why we actually said that this result is going to be a baseline data informing future studies conducted by Satgas PPKS so that they can have a more robust data set, baseline data for their program intervention. Like, we're not claiming this is evidence directing, but rather evidence informing.
So you mentioned in the poster that there are almost no students that have negative attitude towards HIV patients. And don't you think that it points towards a sampling bias? Because you only got like students that have positive attitude, even though the correlation between knowledge and attitude is only moderately correlated, right? So even with that moderate correlation, you don't have anyone that has negative attitude. Don't you think it has something to do with like sampling bias?
We acknowledge that there is a sampling bias, and therefore we're not aiming for generalizability. There has to be future studies, confirmatory studies that is more robust with more sample, preferably total sampling, to actually inform the program design. And then,
So actually, there is so many limitations that can make you turn it into a policy or just like suggesting to the Satgas. I would like to ask another question that the knowledge stigma documented dissociation in your literature review, literature in the background, but you are suggesting that your framework is really heavily related to knowledge framework. So
okay, stop.
why is quite?
Do you get the point?
So as far as we understand, you mentioned that we rely heavily on the knowledge, but our questionnaire clearly has construct on knowledge and attitude. So it's trying to like find the relationship between those two, and that's why we did Spearman's row as the correlation analysis.
I mean, the recommendation that you are trying to recommend is really heavily related to knowledge because it's HIV education, but from the literature or background, it is mentioned that knowledge and stigma documented dissociation. So it's quite, why you suggesting something that in your background is suggesting to not doing that?
So as you can see in the result, the Spearman's row is only positively, there's only a positive but moderate strength of correlation. So it only accounts for like, knowledge itself only accounts for 12% of the attitude, the stigma. And therefore we're actually suggesting future studies that is more robust, more confounding factors to be included, so that again it's evidence informing, not evidence, not like policy suggesting right away. There has to be one more step, that confirmatory research, to be able to suggest more intervention point.
So like you mentioned that knowledge only 12% of HIV attitude, right? And so does that mean that the current study actually is against giving knowledge to students? Because I guess only 12%?
No, actually the knowledge is really important because the better the knowledge, the better attitude performance. But when we analyze in the subdomain, we see that the stigma still perform very low. So that's why we focus on that term.
Like even though you mentioned like the correlation is only moderate, right? And so like, is there anything else that you would suggest from this study to increase attitude aside from knowledge, since it's only moderately correlated?
Actually, the knowledge is really important to educate. But in here, the stigma is very low. That's why we suggest improvement on the education that bring the emotional approachment on the case, on the university, on the young age.
Yeah, so again, this is knowledge is only one part. We're using a particular public health framework called knowledge, attitude, and practice. So that's very well established. But then, like in the reality, when we look at our population, it's only 12%. So like that theory apparently doesn't apply to this population in a great significance. So we have to conduct a more robust study as the next step, so that we can devise what other aspects we need to address other than knowledge, so that the program is really comprehensive.
Okay, time's up. For our first round, we just finished. And before we get to the second, we're gonna have a quick break, 1 minute break. But no discussion, no talking. Okay, 1 minute timer. Okay, break's over. We're gonna move to the second round, which team 103 gonna present. Is this your slides?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to check it first? No? Okay, next slide. Okay, you have 3 minutes to present. 3 minutes timer. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, good afternoon. Let us present our research titled Rational Design of a Bimodal VLP Anti-mRNA Nanosystem for Targeted Elimination of Triple Negative Breast Cancer. Next. Can you imagine when the deadliest breast cancer has no target to attack? That's what happened in TNBC. It is highly aggressive and metastatic. It has poor prognosis, and it lacks estrogen, progesterone, and HER2 receptors that make the conventional and commonly used targeted therapies are largely ineffective. There is an alternative molecular target called miRNA, but it still have limitation regarding to the efficient and tumor-specific delivery. And our proposed solution actually answer that gap. Next. We employed multi-stage in silico pipeline across 3 tracks. Firstly, it is to design the therapeutic cargo or the payload, which is the recombinant anti-MR21 oligonucleotide. And the track 2 is we screened 5 anti-EGFR antibody candidates retrieved from the database, and then we analyze the binding energy with those tools. And the third track is to confirm the safety of MS2VLP using those tools. Next.
As for the result, our antibody docking result shows that matuzumab has the highest binding energy out of all of the other antibodies, with that amount of binding affinity and that amount of dissociation constants. Our safety screening shows that the VLP itself is non-toxic, non-allergenic, and non-antigenic, so it's completely safe to be used inside of the human body. And in our anti-mRNA design pipeline, we confirmed that our design still forms the secondary structure of hairpin on the pack sequence, which means I could still bind the VLP. And then we also confirmed whether or not the recommended design could bind to the target, which is Mir21, and it could still bind to the target with a very high DLG of -32. And also we did molecular docking using HADDOC to confirm that it could still dock to the VLP subunit, and it also confirms that the docking is successful. Next. Our conclusion is that the competition pipeline successfully designed a targeted anti-mRNA delivery platform, and the pipeline is actually also validated in silico using various in silico tools that we mentioned, and we hope that this data will become kind of like an early stepping stone towards designing other types of therapy, especially VLP therapy, towards deadly cancers such as CNBZ, and to provide us a foundation for future in vitro and in vivo validation of this specific design. Thank you.
Okay, you still have 10 seconds, okay? Okay. Thank you so much, Team 103. We're gonna move to the debate. You have 6 minutes, 30 seconds to ask, and 1 minute to answer. 6 minutes timer ready? Okay, you can start now.
All right, so the Mir21 is actually not TNBC specific. It's found in many other cancer types and even normal tissue. What's the biological rationale for targeting this over more lineage-specific targets?
Since our targeting domain is not actually the Mir21, it's actually the EGFR and the EGFR antibody. And the EGFR antibody, the EGFR itself is highly upregulated in TNBC. One study shows that almost 90% of all TNBC patients have upregulated EGFR. And so the Mir21 will be delivered directly to the TNBC. And Mir21 itself is, according to population data,
according to population data, the MIR21 is actually significantly higher than the normal population. It is retrieved from the very massive population database, the Cancer Genome Atlas. So it is still can be used as the payload, not as the target, as you said before.
Okay, and then since the AGFR expression are varies, right, among the TNBC patient, and then how effective will this delivery system be in the tumor with low AGFR expression?
As we said, the TNBC has like a 90% EGFR. So if we have 100 TNBC patients, 90 of them would be highly upregulated in EGFR, so we could give this therapy to them. And for those that doesn't have EGFR, then of course we cannot give it to them, right? And so since with that, like we only targeted the TNBC with positive EGFR in this therapy, of course.
But would evidence actually support tumor selective delivery sufficient to avoid off-target silencing of the same thing in healthy cells?
We do research the off-target silencing from each of the component, and for the MR281, we actually have doing the research for tissue safety profiling, and we search that it is highly expressed in breast and not in other vital organs like kidney, so kidney, heart, and so on. So it is still.
Even with the EGFR itself, like the matuzumab, the one that we use, actually have like really low adverse effect. I think like the grade 3 and 4 adverse effect is around like 45% in clinical studies. So even with the use of EGFR, even if it binds normal tissue, just like in other cancer antibody-only therapy, the adverse effect is negligible, basically.
And also before it is targeted
okay,
therapy, so
stop.
Okay, you said it's safe, but the safety conclusion are based on the computational prediction. And then how reliable that this tool for predicting the immunogenicity and toxicity?
For the allergenicity itself, the tool that we use is AllerCat Pro, and according to a systematic review done in 2022, I think, comparing the prediction of those tools into in vivo mice data, it shows that the sensitivity of AllerCat Pro is near 100%, so 98.2% if I remember correctly. And yeah, it shows that the LGN is quite accurate in determining whether or not it is safe or not to the patient.
And again, this is the initial study, so so we can say that it is validated, but computational, of course, because it is used as the foundation to further study.
Okay, you mentioned that this is an initial study, but your conclusion, actually, I read quote unquote, MS2VLP showed strong potential as a targeted nanocarrier, which is a very strong language, and I would like to ask what strong potential established by what standard, and what would weak potential look like? What distinguishes your research, the strong versus the weak potential?
Okay, so VLP itself is already used in some of formulations, so it has been used to deliver a whole bunch of mRNA versus lupus, versus human HSV cell, and versus HSV cell. And we mean strong potential in that this research have like a long road ahead. It could be a new therapeutic avenue in the future, since the research in this area is actually quite a hot topic right now in structural biology and biomedicine.
Okay, since the study is without in vivo and or in vitro validation, so how this construct it has a therapeutic potential?
So our claim that it has therapeutic potential is based on the binding. So it could bind to its target, and since its target is correlated with low survival in cancer patients, then since our study only aims to make sure that this binding happens, and it does happen, and thus it could be said that it potentially have a therapeutic potential.
Okay, time's up. We have just finished our debate, our last session, our last round. And as you can see on the screen that Team 3 has a score of 22 and Team 103 has a total score of 12. So congratulations for Team 3. Now we're going to have to hear the feedback from our judges.
Thank you. This is interesting when a researcher from who's actually doing lots on survey questioning computational biologists. But you guys do a great job actually in doing the homework, figuring out how it works. So, well, I was actually rooting for you guys because I myself in the cancer genetics, and obviously TNBC is a great problems right now, and really appreciate also studying this kind of study. Although maybe just few clues if you want to pursue on this line of research. This is actually also a conundrum because EGFR is highly expressed in skin, and many of the side effects of the targeted EGFR actually is a problem with the skin rash in patients. Just be careful about that. And second, and because this actually binding to the skin, you don't really want to have a tight binding actually to EGFR. Right? So you want to have an optimized binding because you don't want it too low, but you don't want it to be too high, because if it's too high, then your skin have a problem, right? Okay. And then also it will be interesting to look at the validation when it comes. Of course, the only way to do it, either you're doing an animal model in the EGFR model or in a clinical trial. But of course, you need to do some preclinical assay first. You're doing some cell lines with a highly expressed EGFR and also compare with the low expression of EGFR and see the cytotoxicity assay, those kind of things. Sorry, I mean, towards more of the team, because this was actually my line of work, and I also don't get discouraged. I mean, right?
That's why a lot of questions.
Right, exactly. So good job, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the judges and the participants. Congratulations once again. Okay, now we will have a break for like 20 minutes, so you can take a break and then go back after 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
18, you can see it on my left. And team 93. Okay, you can see it on my right. Okay, we will wait for our judge first.
Berapa kali Mas udah nonton? Kelima, ini kelima. Wow, kita keempat udah lempar. Masa kelima kali? Iya, gue udah. Oh, berarti menang kalah sekali. Kalah sekali ya, kalah sekali. Belum kalah berarti? Sekali.
Okay, we will start our last match for tonight. Okay. Okay, my name is Gwen and I will be your referee for your match right now. And I will explain to you the rules again. We will have 2 rounds. Each round has 2 sessions, a presentation for 3 minutes and a debate session for 6 minutes. You will be getting 30 seconds to ask the question and then 1 minute to answer the question. And then we're gonna have a 1 minute break before we getting into the second round, but no discussion and no talking during the break. Okay, now I'm gonna toss the coin to see who goes first. Hat or tail? Tail. Okay, your hat. It's a hat. Okay, so you gotta pick, choose. You want to go first, whether you want to go second. Okay, team 93 is gonna go first. The presentation. Okay, is this your slide? Yeah.
Check until
check.
the end.
Oh, okay. Okay, is this right? Check, please. Oh. Okay. Set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, good evening everyone. So our team gonna present this our study. So the title is Metformin as adjunctive therapy in metastatic hormone sensitive prostate cancer, receiving androgen deprivation therapy, a systematic review and meta-analysis. Next. So this type of cancer, prostate cancer, this metastatic hormone sensitive prostate cancer is still high burden and in prevalence and mortality. So ADT remains the standard treatment but can cause metabolic effect. Metformin as a low-cost drug may reduce the potential metabolic effect of from ADT. Therefore, this study investigate does adding metformin as ADT-based standard of care improve survival outcome, which is overall survival or progression-free survival in men with MHPC. Next, we conducted this systematic review and meta-analysis performed in adherence Prisma 2020 guideline and already registered in Prospero. This study used 3 databases and the endpoint was to investigate potential effect based on RCT study and potential association from post-hoc and observational study. So the primary outcome were overall survival and progression-free survival. After screening, we include 7 studies.
Okay, next. So as you can see here, we divide the result into the 2. The first one is the main result, and then the second one is the secondary and exploratory outcome. So as you can see here, in the main result, that overall survival and also progression-free survival is not statistically significant, but there is the point estimate that have a trend for being for showing that metformin itself is a potentially have better effect, and then. As we can see that the quality risk of bias assessment itself is using ROB and also Robbins. We provide here that the risk of bias itself is 4 study have some concern, and then the 3 study have high risk of bias. And also for the secondary and also exploratory analysis, we show that the sensitivity analysis have been done as well, and also we include other outcome, for example, adverse event like diarrhea that common in the metformin itself, and then for example like additional cancer related like PSR response. Next. So for the conclusion, for the discussion, we show that the RCT only meta-analysis didn't show statistically significant overall survival or progression-free survival benefit, and overall survival estimate was sensitive to individual study exclusion, especially for the Lagos trial. And also, there is a sign for needed larger and also stratified RCT using contemporary standard of care. And also, in conclusion, adjunctive metformin didn't demonstrate statistically significant improvement in overall survival or progression-free survival among men with metastatic hormone-sensitive prostate cancer receiving ADT standard of care. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Team 93. We're gonna head to the debate. 6 minute timer. Okay, you have 30 seconds to ask the question and 1 minute to answer. You can start now.
Okay, you mentioned that you use 7 studies and only 3 studies were included in the overall survival meta-analysis. And do you think this is enough evidence to make the strong clinical conclusion?
Okay, actually we didn't claim a strong clinical conclusion because in the end, in the grid analysis, for analysis the certainty of evidence of the meta-analysis itself, we only scoring in the lower score. So we didn't claim anything about the potential of the metformin itself that currently robust for the clinical population. But this meta-analysis give maybe grid aspect, especially related to the factors that may improve the potential outcome from the treatment itself. Yeah, that's that contribution.
Following up to your answer, if this study had stopped at systematic review without meta-analysis, would your interpretation or recommendation have been different?
Okay, actually, it's a little bit, I think that the same, because we know that the meta-analysis itself is not statistically significant, so I think that possibly the same. And I think that that's the question? Yeah.
And did you assess the publication bias in your review? Like, because it is meta-analysis and it can only analyze available publication.
So we acknowledge the limitation for not assessing publication bias because we cannot assess that because the common publication bias is usually assessed within the rule of thumb minimal of 10 studies. So we not assess that. So we also didn't claim anything about the publication bias. So what we claim is that studies is needed because that the heterogeneity and also inconclusive of the study itself.
And let's say if some negative study was never published, and could your conclusion will be different?
Okay, actually it's beyond our scope, but we include also two negative studies. So the rationalization of the conducting the systematic review is because we found that there is a positive, there is a non-significant, there is negative studies in previous literature review. So we show that this is a sign for needed for systematic review itself, and I think that it can be make alteration in the outcome itself. But in the current evidence, the result is we can provide here.
And about the sensitivity analysis you mentioned before, is it like performing leave one out maybe? Do you provide, and what was the result?
So for sensitivity analysis, we perform leave one out, but we only measure in the primary outcome because that's the main objective of the study itself. And the result of the leave one out itself, it resulted that the large, when we trying to kick out the larger trial, the result is different because it assigned that the result of the meta-analysis itself is mostly based on the larger trial itself. And I think that the conclusion is right that the result of the meta-analysis is remain inconclusive and non-significant. That's the one of the example of the leave one out.
You also mentioned about some included studies that had moderate or serious risk of bias, right? And how did you account for this analysis to your interpretation, especially when it comes to RCT and observational study that you included in your study?
So actually, as we can see that there is some concern in 4 studies and also the 3 studies that consist of low bias, high risk of bias. And I think that this is because of we correctly measuring about the risk of bias itself as we perform independent search and also independent assessment and also discussion. But I think that as we can see, but the conclusion based on the great level of uncertainty itself is correct based on the result from the risk of bias itself. And in the discussion, we mentioned about the specific result from each study, which have the specific risk of bias itself, and I think that it can accommodate the variation. So we didn't claim that if the study have high risk of bias, the study must be dipercaya. I think something like that. So we accommodate for that.
Thank you for your answer. And did you conduct or plan subgroup analysis based on diabetes status, metabolic syndrome, obesity, or baseline insulin resistance? Because it might be, your results are not statistically significant, right? Have you ever planned about it?
So actually, we're not conducting the subgroup analysis, but we taking into account for the variation itself. For example, like study from the Alagizi. Alagizi consists of the patient with fully diabetes patient. So I think that the fully diabetes patient is taken into account itself in the discussion, and also for the Alagundur. Alagundur itself is consists of the patient with have no diabetes itself, and I think that is also considered. So the implication for the discussion, as we discussed, is based on the specific population and also specific dose, other than the specific diagnosis, and also other confounding. Yeah.
Okay, so would a larger RCT be needed before confidently ruling out a clinically important benefit? Like you mentioned, this is for the cancer, right? What do you think about it?
So I think that the clinically larger RCT is currently needed for this. study, and I think that for right now, based on the conclusion, yeah, the result is that.
Okay, time's up. Our first round is over, and now we're gonna take a 1-minute break. So please, can you share on the screen 1 minute timer? Okay, please, no discussion. Where's the timer? Okay, the break's over. We're gonna move to our second presentation by team 18. Yeah, so is this your slide? Yeah. Okay, do you want to check it first? Sure. Okay, can you next? Okay, you have 3 minutes, 3 minutes timer. Okay, you can start now.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to share my findings, but before that, I would like to imagine a child growing up with a condition that may shape. And in 2024, however, stunting remains a public health major problem in Indonesia. The government tried to address this issue with developed program like immunization, growth monitoring, counseling, something like that. And this raises a big question to us, whether a completeness of health service utilization is related to stunting. Next.
And that's where our study comes in. We use the SSGI 2024 National Representative Survey data that accommodate all of the 38 provinces. We do also cross-sectional secondary analysis, including the complex survey design, weight, strata, cluster. And the outcome is the stunting itself, and the and we developed the child health service completeness index that include 9 domain, and we also do the statistical analysis to ensure that the results are reliable.
Next. And these are our findings. Boys are more prevalent in stunting, and children live in rural area are more prevalent in stunting as well. And as you can see here, that children with age 48 up to 59 months are more prevalent in stunting. And this in region in Indonesia, we can see that Bali and Nusa Tenggara are more prevalent in stunting. Here, the Bavaria, the completeness index that we done before, it's shown that children with complete health service utilization are less likely to have stunting, and before the adjustment, the p-value are statistically significant. Next. However, after we adjust with the other confounders, it's not statistically significant, and the child health service that's significant is immunization, measurement, developmental monitoring, deworming, and next. Our limitation, since it is a cross-sectional study, there is a reverse causality that children and stunting related. And then the conclusion is that future stunting programs should strengthen not only service coverage, but also the quality, continuity, and targeting of essential child health and nutrition services. Thank you.
Okay, you have like 10 seconds. You wanna close it up? Okay, we're gonna move to the debate. We have 6 minutes to do the debate, 30 seconds to ask the question, and 1 minute to answer. 6 minutes timer. Okay, you can start now.
Okay, I believe that there is a potential false from your study, as the title mentioned that there is an incident measurement of this, because with the one time survey, for example, like the cross-sectional, can just measure the prevalence, not the new case every time. So I think that incident is wrong. And I think the second one about the assumption, I think that you have drawn to the direction from the surface itself to prevent stunting, even though you have mentioned that there is a potential reverse question. Your design in the first place, I think that
Okay,
have
stop.
drawn from the direction on that.
Okay, stop.
What your justification?
Okay, so first of all, the government already mentioned that they already developed the program, and this is a national data, and it's shown that stunting prevalence is 19.8%, and we want to use this data to assess whether the completeness of this health service utilized by the children is related to stunting. And even when they are not statistically significant, however, individual child health service are statistically significant, like we mentioned before. There are 4 child health services that significant. And as you mentioned that this is not, this is not correct. I think you overclaim your statement, because in the end, this study is trying to look that child health service completeness and the relationship with stunting, right? So we want to make sure that this study look out the whole program of Indonesia, something like that. And previous study always
Okay,
looked
stop.
Yes, I think that for the incident itself, it didn't answer the question, but I think I want to look up into the modeling itself. So the modeling, I think that there is a potential limitation for the modeling itself when you just reporting the only one model without the how to maybe like to determine the model itself, how the p-value and how the R-square, and maybe how the model predict whether there is a possibility for other and everything. And I think that stating only one model is tend to be selection bias in performance.
stop.
And also,
First of all, for the characteristic of the respondent, we did to check the p-value and all the percentage this presented in this is statistically significant. However, we don't put it in this slide, but we tend to put it in the full manuscript, because as you know that this only take time within a short time frame. And as you mentioned that the incident, right? I don't know why you said that, why you mentioned that incident is incorrect, and I want to know what do you mean by that? I mean, like, how could you state that it is incorrect? And as for the model itself, we try to put the regression, right? And we try to put the odds ratio, and we present it as a forest plan. And I think it's quite presentable for the data.
okay, as I say, that is a one-time survey, so it's cross-sectional, so we can define the new case because the incident is investigate the new case itself. But I think that, I think that this is a potential deviation from your previous method, especially about the modeling. You're trying to look up to the other, but I think that this is still confirming the selection bias on the performance and also potential confirmation bias itself. And I think that I want to look up again, especially about the adjustment, especially that not mentioned as well in the poster. I think that this is a...
Okay, stop, please.
Yeah. What justification?
Yeah, the adjustment is we use the confounders. That is the age group, sex, maternal aggregation, socioeconomic status, and province. And this is a prior study, so we analyze that what variable that maybe affect the sensitivity, maybe affect the exposure and the outcome variable.
I want to add something. So when you say we try to make the new incident, I think you are misunderstanding with our study, because there is new incident that we're trying to make. We do the all analysis is based on the national data, and we try to look up I mean, like, it's based on the data. There is no new incidents that made except that we're trying to look the the relation with the complex health index and association and the association with stunting.
Okay, can you justify about the potential of the inflated of the maybe the confidence interval that widely?
So the main finding of this study is the child health service completeness index, which has a wide confidential intervals. It may be because of the lack of the data that the household has complete.
Yeah, and our assumption, because since from the health service itself is contains of 9 health service, 9 domains, and each intervention, each program has different targets, different timing, different allocation, and it might be answered why the wide range of the confidence intervals within the completeness index is large.
Actually,
Okay,
what you
time's up.
pre-
Sorry,
Okay.
time's up.
Okay.
Okay, now that we have finished our last match for tonight. Okay. As you can see on the screen, that team 18 has a total score of 17 and team 93 has a total score of 12. Now we're gonna hear a feedback from one of our judges.
Okay, thanks. Great job, guys. I think the similarities between the two, basically the p-value is greater than 0.005, right? That's the commonality. You probably guys, also everybody in the room, I also want to convey this very important message. Don't get fixated with p-values. In some circles, they say p-value is dead. The reason we have to understand the context and also have to actually convey to the larger audience, always consider also the effect size. That's actually the more important, right? And for example, in the case of the the metformin for prostate cancer, I think you have to consider what is the really effect size you expected that is clinically meaningful. If you do it, the sample size so large, you can tell that the difference of 1 day survival could be significant statistically. But clinically, what's the use of having a patient can survive a day longer? Do you understand this? So don't just look at the p-values. Always consider the effect size. We talked about how much you want to improve. It's possible that even if the effect size is big, but your p-value is not large, that's actually a very important finding. And that's because maybe you're not really powered enough to see that difference. Maybe you do need larger samples. So don't get into tradition. Most students, at the end of their thesis defense or maybe a dissertation defense, we need to study more with more sample size. That is not a good answer. If you want to say, I need more samples, you have to know exactly how many you need. Don't just need, I want more samples. But you have to understand what kind of effect size you want to get. And then you calculate back. Because in many clinical settings, if the disease is so rare, you're not going to see any significant p-values because it's very difficult to find the patients, right? So I think my message to you is actually when you debate this kind of in academic circle, don't get discouraged with having a low p-values, but discuss the effect size, right? And the fact that the confidence interval is so wide, of course you can discuss it, but make sure the effect size also number one priority. Hopefully everybody got the idea, yeah? So that's why some people are so militant, so extreme, they don't want to look at the p-values anymore. Well, I'm not that extreme, okay? P-value could be still important, but in context of effect size, right? Remember what I told you yesterday about jarum pentul and sepeda? I'm talking about effect size. Oh, maybe it's not here. Okay, so in the benefit for everybody, let me tell you a story about how to the concept of this effect size and also the how to calculate sample numbers, right? So the two scenarios of hypothesis formulation. Number one, there is a jarum pentul in my garage. Understand jarum pentul? The second hypothesis, there is actually a mountain bike in my garage. Do you understand now the difference? Okay. So if your hypothesis is to find a sepeda, you tell me how long should I open the garage door to prove there is a sepeda? How many seconds? Give me numbers. Seconds, in terms of seconds. 20 seconds? Only 1 second? Okay. If I want to prove there is a jarum pentul in my garage, how long should I open the doors?
Maybe hours.
In terms of seconds. Give me numbers. 1,000 seconds, all right. So the seconds here actually representing the number of samples I need to recruit. If you think in your literature review that your effect size like sepeda, you don't need too many samples, if your review is correct. But if from your review, you're going to expect a very small size, you cannot just recruit 10 or 20 samples. You probably have to recruit thousands or maybe even 50,000 samples. You see what I'm saying? So that's why the other variant could be very interesting. If it turns out that you're supposed to recruit, say, maybe 1,000 samples, but the first 10 samples, you already see an effect, it's like something like this. You expect a jarum pentul, but when you opened it, you already see a sepeda. It doesn't make sense you wait for another 1 hour because the sepeda will lose becoming a jarum pentul. You see what I'm saying? Or if you expect a sepeda, okay, and then I said, well, I couldn't find sepeda, advisor, so I need 1 hour to really prove there is sepeda in the garage. What do you think it is? It's ridiculous, right? Okay, so that's why it's very important when you want to prove your study, you have to really understand this very simple concepts. But many of students, when they go to statistics, they memorize the formula, they put all this in the SPSS, but they don't really connect what they really want to achieve. You see what I'm trying to say here? Okay, so that's my take about jarum pentul and sepeda. Hopefully it'll stick in your mind. Thank you. Okay, good job everybody.
Okay, thank you so much, judges. And congratulations. Okay, this is the last match, so yay!